jana jumak dinta dinta jumak dinta dinta kita jadu tadi diminta tangkir tang
5 years practice. Dr. Sachidanand is well known because cleanliness is godliness and quality circle forum of India. He is the pattern for the Islamic chapter. We have Dr. Balakrishnan, who will be surprised that the EMT using data for decision support. A well-known the complications of COVID was taken care of by him. Actually, one of the presentations. We have Dr. Ramakrishnan, a neurologist, well-known on behalf of Dr. G. Dr. May I request the dignitaries to occupy the chair, please. Dr. Lakshmi. Please. Can we start for the prayer song?
Thank you so much. This was the program arranged in 3 days. In 3 days, the people from different walks of life have come, different professionals from engineering, biomedical, business, doctors. Why? Everybody lives with data to decide their conclusions. I request Dr. Balasubramaniam sir, the President of the Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who has his own industry, and we have been working for a long time to give the welcome address, and including his presidential address.
Warm good evening to all of you. Thanks, Professor sir. Srimati Lakshmi, former Additional Director General, MASP, Delhi. Dr. Ramakrishnan, Dr. Balakrishnan, Sri Shivakumar, General Manager, COSO India and member of QCI, Professor Rajagopal, Mr. Satyanandam sir, members of our chamber and all other participants and invitees, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce Industry, Coimbatore, and all of your own behalf, I have great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all our dignitaries on the dais and all of you. For information of our guest, I would like to say a few words about our Chamber of Commerce. The Indian Chamber of Commerce Industry, Coimbatore, founded in 1929 by Sri R.K. Shanmugam Shetty, the first finance minister, Union Finance Minister of Independent India. It is serving the cause of trade, industry and services of this region for the past 93 years. Our chamber has around 1,670 members, of which 248 life members and 100 member associations. This is a federation of associations consisting of trade, textiles, engineering, automobiles, jewelry, pump, consumer items, garments, healthcare, educational institutions, IT, etc. Our chamber plays a significant role in economic development of this region. This is not a city chamber or a district chamber, it is a chamber of this region, Kongu region. Our chamber always represents problems not only for trade and industry but also for the common man and also for the general public. Today we all assemble to have the program DS for DS, Data Science for Decision Support. After 2 years of online working, very interesting and innovative, novel, informative workshop is initiated by our professor. He is regularly having our programs in the chamber, Rajagopal sir, with support from industries and healthcare sectors, particularly now, and Quality Circle Forum of India. Opinion varies data concludes. Decision based on actual data enables intelligence in industry as well as healthcare. Data science after advent, it has become an important role in today's context of COVID management, competitive marketing, validity and guarantee, profit improvement, and public research in every domain. The data science are being introduced in every university, and in our chamber, first of its kind of program is done today. Real-time challenging issue and fixing solutions are presented. Data is important in today's business marketing intelligence. Data science, as already mentioned, is an online learning program designed for working software engineers. It's also an interdisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, processes, algorithms, and systems to extract knowledge and insight from noisy, structured, and unstructured data, and apply knowledge and actionable insights from data across a broad range of application domains. Data science is very good career and tremendous opportunities advancement for the future. Generally, data science is a safe career in terms of job security, automation, should be the least of your concerns. There is fast rising demand in new roles for data scientists, even for those who are at entry level. Yet, supply is barely enough. We have with us today learned experts to tell us very briefly about the data science. I take this opportunity to once again welcome Srimati Lakshmi, Dr. Ramakrishnan, Dr. Balakrishnan, Mr. Sivakumar, and Mr. Satyanandam and Professor Rajagopal for sparing their precious time to be with us, leaving aside their other official commitments. I thank you one and all.
On behalf of all of us, and for the quick response to my proposal, just 2 days. He said, take the hall and start the meeting. I thank for Dr. C. Balasubramanian sir. Give him the bouquet and Dr. Lakshmi, it was a very incidental meet when I was on visit to NRI Hospital and Nagarjuna University last week. And I said, you should come. She said she was not visiting Coimbatore. She doesn't know Coimbatore. Her Director General belonged to Coimbatore. And I said, you should come to Coimbatore. It happened in Saturday morning. Afternoon, she booked the ticket. Welcome to give the inaugural address.
Respected dignitaries, Shri C. Balasubramaniam ji, Dr. Bhaktavatsalam, Chairman KG Hospital, Mr. Shivkumar, GM COSO India, Dr. Ramakrishnan, Dr. Balakrishnan, Professor Shri Rajagopal ji. Good afternoon to all of you. It's really a great pleasure for me to be in the midst of industry and academia. I consider Dr. Rajagopal is from academy because he has come from ISI. So it's an opportunity and a chance. While in service, we used to have meetings with industry, but that was a different issue. And as such, since beginning, I had an ambition to see the industrial work culture and all. I had an MBA, and fortunately, throughout my career, I worked in industrial statistics. Around 75% of my career is in industrial statistics. So I was happy that way. So after being 30 years in industrial statistics, today I am with industry people. It's a great pleasure. So here I have seen the data science, the importance of data science. So large, and whatever we do that becomes less. And especially at a regional level, even the ministers started asking these at constituency level, they want the data. Actually for good planning, for good decisions, the more the quality, the more robust the data, and the decisions will be there and the healthy India will be there. So that's what I wanted to insist actually. The data, the quality data and timely data. Because the data means the Facebook, Google, everybody gives lot of information. But the information which is wrong is wrong for it in India. So the way we need to have a quality data and timely data for good decision. I think industry plays a big role in that. Because I say my examples of industrial statistics first, then I'll come to health statistics. In industrial statistics, we have measures like annual survey of industries, that's an annual survey right from 1950 onwards. It gives the employment, it gives the wages, it gives the inputs, outputs and everything. But around 50,000 factories are so visit. But the industry people, they have to give the quality data. A small example I will tell you is the index of industrial production. We release on every 12th index of industrial production, which is a monthly indicator which just gives the growth of the. Suppose there is an item like a pharma item. And suppose that over the days the structure changes, the components, ratios, etc. change. And suppose the major portion changes, will continue to give the same old data. So the results and ultimately the sector results will give a wrong idea and the decisions will be a wrong side. So we try in that particular time, we spend a lot of time in doing the research where from this data is coming. So if the industry also cooperates equally, they are cooperating, but if the industry also takes a lot of interest in giving the data, giving the training to the suppliers of the data, who is involved in giving the data goes in the right direction. Even in COVID data we have seen, I was reading the report actually, in Kerala we used to have lot many cases. Then one political government side person, she was explaining the sample, how they were taking. Suppose the 100 is the sample, if the 100 is all the contacts, then the tested COVID will be more. If that 100 is a random one over the area, then the result is less. So it all depends on the methodology, how you use the data. So that part is missing in the current days, I feel. Because data comes and people write articles and all, but the deep analysis is missing. I think the new subject, data science, is important to these type of aspects. So another area I will tell you, the GDP contributes 15% from manufacturing sector and more than 50% from services sector. Because the developed countries means the services part grows up. So but we have no regular survey like annual survey of industry and like monthly index of industrial production. We do not have regular indicator for services sector, which is a major question. So the reasons are quite obvious. Services sector is very complex. It is an intangible good. So it needs to difficult, the definition itself will be complex. Because education sector is different something else for production. Whereas health industry will define something else as a production industry. So every sector needs to be studied in separate. And that way the methodology is heterogeneous also. All the sectors, IT sector is different. So like manufacturing sector, overall methodology is different. So the services sector, there is a lot of gap. RBI does, but there are no regular indicators from services sector. And our health is a major service, education is a major service for a healthy India. And those service sector statistics, government is right, and they are going to be annual survey and similar in the services also. Health surveys there are many health surveys independently, but regular data we need to have a robust data. And the decision sector health ministry takes some health measures, but the mostly has some RTI brings out health data, health ministry brings out health data, but recently the sustainable development goal 3 is totally on health, and that is monitored by Ministry of Statistics and Statistics. There is a separate division, full division, under Regional Director General, which takes care of the sustainable development goals. And goal 2 also, the nutrition part, etc., that comes under the goal. So there is statistics from Ministry of Statistics, the data also, of health statistics also, but the major decisions are taken by the health ministry. So the coordination is also very important. RGI also is involved in the health statistics. So that way it's a very vast system, that is statistical system. So the industry and the academia is, apart from the official statistics released by the government of India, we need to have a lot of data. Researchers, individuals, as an education institution, as individuals. I was actually after retirement, I was going after students and research scholars. But there's a lot to do on official statistics. Because unless the products are tested and people get a good comment on how the products are, then only the product can be used. Whether it's a service product or manufacturing product. So that's what I request the industry and academia to encourage the research on official statistics and not to give just the comment type of thing, and some practical solutions and practical physical results for helping the government in taking the decision. So that's why the data science, the role of industry and academia is much, much more to help the government. That's it. The government of India and at the level is taking it, but at the local level and the regional level also we need government data. It is sufficient and the research has not take much time, and I wish you all success for the 3 days of that. I especially thank Dr. Rajgopal for giving me this opportunity to be here studying the important data science for data research. Thank you.
If you collect about population a lot of data, and they'll be missing data. My program never goes without missing Dr. G. Bhaktochalam, the Padma Shri awardee. Hundreds of programs I have done in last 10 years. And we don't miss Dr. Bhaktochalam. This is done we miss him a lot. He immediately put the 2 dignitaries from KG, Dr. Ramakrishnan and Dr. Balakrishnan. Both Christians are there. Really, I need to tell you a few words about Dr. Ramakrishnan. You know, the entire allopathy is imported technology. The knowledge, and we pay 25 lakhs, PG, NEET, all those stuff. And we need to export only knowledge. If we have something, we have variety of cases, volume of cases, 130 crores. We have variety, we have volume. Looking the populations, Dr. Ramakrishnan had submitted a paper to Germany. 252 papers on second stroke was submitted. I was also part of the preparing the document. And France also there, about 10 European countries, 32 neurologists. And he was selected from India. He was selected that with maximum scores he got. But there were remaining other programs in the neurology. Our focus on second stroke. The fund was from Europe to come. The fund was limited. So they said they will give it to the robotics based studies. This reliability based avoiding second stroke. Dr. Ramakrishnan said, let them not give fund, but we will address the disease and we will tell them what we have done. He and Dr. G. Bhaktochalam decided with me. That's why I asked him that you please come and address how you respected data in your day-to-day decision making. I wish Dr. Ramakrishnan to come on the dais with a keynote message from Dr. GB.
Good afternoon, everybody. I thank Professor Rajagopal sir for giving me this opportunity. Sir told a few things, but many of them is under his guidance only. We have done some of the projects. For us who have got trained in our country, unless you go abroad, the focus on research data helps us. You all will be knowing, probably many a times we'll be repeating the same statement. But for example, if you take even a COVID situation, unless we have data, how many patients really have, then we won't be able to have enough drugs, or we all know at the onset how we suffered due to lack of drugs, lack of beds, lack of oxygen, or lack of any facilities. Because the government could scale up the program, create so many issues, have good infrastructure, we could have vaccine or drugs because of the data only. So without that, we won't be able to do much. Similarly, even in medical practice, see, it's like if you have data, then you are the biggest person or best one who have got in the field. So for everything we need data. For example, in case of people or my friends who work in foreign countries or abroad, they have data. For example, if somebody gets admitted with a stroke in a particular hospital, how many days patient needs to be in the hospital, when he will be discharged, what is the chances of him walking back to the home, or going to a nursing facility, or going to a rehabilitation center. They have data, and the data is put to public knowledge. For example, if I want to go to select an X hospital or a Y hospital, I will be having data to decide on for what will be there, what is the outcome I can expect in the normal course of time. Sometimes unexpected things can happen, but normally, for example, 80% of the time, what will happen. So that is the real importance of the data. So this data science for decision, it helps in, for example, now with AI coming into picture, many times how this AI works, it's based on the data only. For example, if you see 100 scans, with this imaging finding, they put all those data and program it, so that the computer itself can tell whether this patient has got such a problem or not. And in imaging, and probably we all know in oncology also, artificial intelligence is taking up. And with the advent of AI, which is backed up by data, we could make proper decisions, and treatment can also be instituted properly. So with these few words, I thank Rajagopal sir, Lakshmi madam, Balasubramaniam sir, and Sachidanandam sir for providing me with this opportunity. I will have the GB sir's keynote address, what sir has spoken about that.
Say a few words. I am Dr. Bhaktavatsalam, Chairman of KG Hospital, and I am very happy that Professor Rajagopal is organizing data sciences for decision making. And data sciences were lacking in this country for a long number of years, till Mahalanobis and Professor Rao came into the picture, creating statistics. Data mining is a new science, data analytics is a new science, and there is a big data which is available in healthcare. Professor Dr. Lakshmi from Central Government Health Secretariat has come. Balasubramaniam Chamber of Commerce is available here. Dr. Sachidanand, Professor Dr. T.C. Ramakrishnan, and Professor Rajagopal. Professor Rajagopal is a great source of inspiration for us. In Coimbatore, he has been responsible for introducing Six Sigma, black belt in India. He has been responsible for creating a lot of research and medical activities. He has done about 10 activities in KG Hospital. Professor T.C. Ramakrishnan, Dr. Chandrakala Maran, and Dr. Giridhara Gopalakrishnan have done a lot of research. Data mining shows that India is full of diabetic patients. India is a capital of diabetes, it's a capital of hypertension, it's a capital of so many diseases. We recently suffered from corona. We know we have a lot of data. And all this data which has to be analyzed so that we can futuristically predict the third wave, which may be coming in the month of June, according to somebody. How we gave to 150 crore vaccinations in such a short time is a great myth. But two of the companies created a history of sorts to vaccinate our 130 crore people. Data is very important for us to exist. Data. We have bought a machine called 128 slice CT scan. The past 14 years, we have data for 3 lakhs of scans done. But 3 lakhs of scans done, we have done scanning of the heart for 75,000 people. Professor Rajagopal has done a human service in doing a research along with the cardiac CT scan department, and he's also done a lot of research in our own hospital. Data for decision making. Without the data, we cannot make a decision. What are the number of patients of cancer which is happening? I think approximately 20% of Indians will get cancer. If 20% of Indians get cancer, what is the number of cancer treatment institutions we have? Very few. So that means we'll have to invest on early diagnosis of cancer, early treatment of cancer, surgical oncology and medical oncology and radiation oncology. Data for decision making is an important subject. I'm happy lots of students have come from various institutions, from medical colleges, from engineering colleges. I'm happy Chamber of Commerce, KG Hospital doctors, Professor Rajgopal from Indian Statistical Institute, and Professor Dr. Shanta from Delhi have participated in this. I wish you well. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yennum எழுத்தும் கண்ணனத்தகம், the number and the literature. It means எண்ணென்ப ஏனை எழுத்தென்ப இவ்விரண்டும் கண்ணென்ப வாழும் உயிர்க்கு. The literature and mathematics. With data you conclude, without data you confuse. People are really afraid of studying statistical analysis. It is so abstract subject. ஆமனுக்கு வழக்கென்ன பார்க்க முடியாத ஒரு சப்ஜெக்ட். அந்த சப்ஜெக்டை மத்தியான நேரத்தில் afternoon time to hear that subject, abstract subject, is a task. I am seeing that people not connected to statistical subject are here, who are using, who have done a work. From Japanese Foundry industry is here, chartered accountants are here, biomedical people are there, different branches of family medicines are there, faculty from different colleges, production engineering. We have people from mechanical engineering, financial people. One thing is common, that number is common to all. The science does not vary for all. Science is same. Commerce will vary from person to person. In business, commerce is also uncertainty. So what I find is that I'm taking a lot of effort to see that the slept data is waken up and it take you for a right direction in decision making. Statistical thinking. What is statistical thinking? I give a small, quick. Is it anything certain? If everything is known, how many children you have, how many even spouse you have, or how much will be your bottom line, and when you will die, there is no thrill. If everything is uncertain, that what will happen next moment, whether you will catch the bus or not, whether you reach the home or not. I think some of you wanted to go. So uncertainties, risk, variations are part of everything. This is the godly subject that only speaks about uncertainty, risk and variations. So the statistical thinking is very important, like read and write. So how to make it so customer friendly, I am trying my best. More than across the different countries I have done, and in India also. I find you will hear from doctors and engineers shortly. Process thinking. You all will know the product. Patient as a product, valve as a product. You know as a product. But the process of mechanism of actions, how the antibiotics works, how the pouring temperature works, what should be the twist in spinning mill, and how the strength of fabric is decided. All this process thinking will be discomfortable area. That is what statistical analysis does, the mechanism of action. Without statistical and mechanism of action, there is no publication in healthcare. Without analyzing your financial and production, there is no profit line for your company. Profit and publication are meeting here today. One from the research, analytics, publication and patenting. Another is from the profit and bottom line. So we'll have the case studies. How the case studies are made to tell about the briefing, the seminar, this workshop. We have a group of COSO engineering. Dr. Shivakumar, the general manager, is here. I should thank him that, sir, 23rd we will have, you will meet all the expenses. He said, okay. Then designing this was a task. I made 10 times to correction it. Prema was correcting me. Sir, see first spelling. First is quality. See R is missing. So we were making 10 times, and yesterday evening only this was made. So we want to do right the first time, and we are trying. I am streaming this to entire globally. Some of them from Sydney, they are already sending me messages. OBGYNs, obstetricians and gynecology from Sydney. New Zealand Business School, where our program was started. The European Best Business School, Bocconi, is online. And UK from Dr. Sunny from Orthopedics, he is there. From US we have from Pittsburgh University, Medical University, he is on the line, she is on the line. So I find many of them are listening. Dr. GB is already listening the live stream. So many industries, in Madurai, Bangalore, pharmaceutical industries, Chennai, nationally and globally, in these 58 people, now it is streaming. You can see in your mobile. So the program here is that after the speak by our Shivakumar, what he has done, and Dr. Balakrishnan, what studies that has been done from healthcare and industry. There will be a presentation quickly. I should say, they have spent a lot of time and money, the industries. I can tell, everyone each paid 60,000 rupees for 6 months, stopping from their regular work, will come during the afternoon lunch and work with me. Yes, Shivakumar? I congratulate them that night 10 o'clock they have come on the line. Same thing with your doctor. Her father is in the hospital. Am I correct? She is a doctor. Surgery is going on. Yesterday night. Today she took the bus and came here. That is our Dr. Anjana. That means what? The affinity to learn. And Dr. Devadas and Dr. Fluid Control Research Institute, Satish, he said, I will just come, sir. How can I miss your program? FCRI is #1 wall testing, floors testing company in India. Blood circulation we are seeing. Liquid and oil circulation they are seeing. COSO valves is in that valve, and we are having valves, blood circulation, both, and money circulation. That is more important. Bottom line, all are now meeting together, and everything comes with a godly note. That is, cleanliness is godliness. Seiri, Seitan, Seisu, Seikitsu, Sitsuki. I think I am talking Japanese words. Clean first, keep everything in correct position, put it in a high pleasant way, and make it at order, This is what we do it in our bogie. Our Sachidanand from Quality Circle Forum of India is here. He has done a lot of work on visible improvement, QCFRI. So I would like him to come tell about data in quality. Please come, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to one and all. I am a late entrant into this program of DS for DS, because I was not even aware that I am associated with this. But it so happened through Mr. Shivakumar, who happens to be my governing council member. I think both of them have done. I've taken it as a pleasure to be here because you are really propagating quality concepts. So I told Mr. Rajagopal when he contacted me, it would be my pleasure to be present, though I'm not a data scientist or a data specialist, but I'm a general management person. Therefore, I think I can speak on anything about anywhere. So I said, let me say a few words about Quality Circle Forum of India, because some of you may be aware, some of you may not be aware of Quality Circle Forum of India. Quality Circle Forum of India is established in the year 1982 with Secunderabad as the headquarters, and today we have about 34 chapters all over India. And Coimbatore has one, which has come in as late as 2016. And I was instrumental in bringing this because I had a very strong desire that India, Coimbatore being a second largest industrial city, does not have a Quality Circle Forum of India when Madurai has one and Hosur had one. I think that is how we started this in 2013. It became full-fledged chapter in 2016. And today, last year, 2021, we conducted the National Convention on Quality Concepts, which is conducted by the headquarters every year. So the services that we do is we train the people on various quality concepts at the industry level. We go to the industries, we go to the people and teach them there in their respective workplace. That is done by almost all the chapters on various quality concepts like 5S, Kaizen, Quality Circle, TPM, TQM, even Six Sigma for that matter. But not every chapter is equipped with the faculty required. But wherever their core strengths are there, we will definitely make use of the people. And I am very happy that because the first association as Coimbatore chapter was with Mr. Shivakumar of COSO, when they had initiated a 5S implementation, but for some reason I think they did not take it forward, it stopped at some level. So we did have quite a few meeting and discussion with him. And we said, why not we start? And he had the confidence in us and he gave us the assignment that QCFI Coimbatore chapter can implement 5S in COSO Foundry. And we are very proud to say that this is the only foundry in Coimbatore to have got 5S certification on all India basis, and they got it in 2018. And everyone who has gone there, I think it's really surprised to see a foundry can be kept so neat and clean. And I thank Shivakumar because he has been very kind enough to permit people from other industries to go and see him. But normally we have a tendency that no, we are not willing to share. We will do everything. No, we talk a lot of concepts, a lot of things, but then I think it was mostly close to hell. But he has been very kind enough, and for the matter of fact, last time when we had a factory visit in our national convention, almost 150 people had wanted to go and visit in this industry. So with very great difficulty he could accommodate, because normally we send only one team of 25 people to one industry. But here I think 4 or 5, so I think he has taken it that way. So that being the case, and Quality Circle will start only with data. And we start data at operator level. So yeah, that is where the Quality Circle is different from other organizations, where we teach most of this concept to the shop floor operating people to make them think and get the creativity out from them. And today I'm happy that COSO, which started with 5S certification and now gone into a Quality Circle and some Kaizen, today they are into the Six Sigma journey, which is a good positive sign. So I'm happy that one who became a member of QCFI today is into Six Sigma along with AR, and I hope they get more projects. And I think this has brought in account of which I could personally see was a total employee involvement in the organization. So before QCFI went in, and after QCFI joining COSO to implement 5S, what we see during the last 3 to 4 years is, I think today we can probably say that 100% of the employees are totally involved employees in COSO. And that's the biggest thing. More than teaching all these quality concepts and all this, I think today we say, so just started saying about 5S, all that is available in Google. But implementing it in practical in the shop floor, I think it's a real challenge because that creates a big mindset change. And that is where I think our work, we work along with them because we never go there as consultants. We go there as a part of working team. With whichever company we go, irrespective of whether it's a big, small, medium, we work along with them and make them feel comfortable and enjoy the benefits. So in that way, I think today, I think it's an excellent workshop on data science for decision making. And about quality, I just would really like to say one thing. I think there's no need to talk about quality today because without quality, you're not there in the market. So quality is already built in. But what I think we need to really look at is quality of people whom you employ. Because what differentiates one good to great organization and also run organization is the people there. So how do you develop the people along with you, take them along? So therefore their quality in their thought, quality in their action, quality in their deeds, I think is what makes a difference. Therefore quality of product or service without which you don't survive. So it is, I think, the thought of each individual. Now, Prime Minister Modi has said he wanted Swachh Bharat to come in. But I have very great doubt whether Swachh Bharat will happen in India, unless and otherwise every individual starts implementing fires in his house and in his colony and then in his village. And only then I think all India we can probably think of taking fires and Swachh Bharat becoming. Otherwise I think it will all be some selected areas which are beautiful, there's somebody doing and photo options. But really you want it to become a way of life. So what we in QCFI Coimbatore in particular and overall QCFI feel, we want to make fires a way of life. I think that is where the real quality comes in. It is not that you do something for the sake of being in industry that you follow fires, but then when you go home, fire does not apply, then I think it doesn't work. So therefore it has to become a way of life. And there is no fire certification in Japan. Because it is a way of life. Like every day we get up, you have your brush, you take your bath, take your breakfast. Nobody tells you. But for fires, it is not so. But the funniest part is the whole thing has gone from India to Japan. It is documented there and all of us are now copying that and saying that we are practicing the fires concept of Japan. All that was there in India, but I think we are not documented, we are not taking it forward. So I think my humble request is let us take even small issues like implement fires to make Swachh Bharat a great success. And therefore the quality of way of life, quality of individual life will also improve. So I think we look at in total, holistic, not only industry. Any person has got a three life. One is personal life, industrial life, and social life. Unless otherwise in all the three lives you have the same principles and same working, I don't think it is going to be holistically a meaningful life that you have. So with these few words, I thank Mr. Rajagopal for giving this good opportunity to associate with Chamber of Commerce and be a sponsoring of this DS for DS, which will be taken by my good friend Mr. Shivakumar. And thank you all. I hope at the end of the day, all of you will have something to take back home. And more than that, please start implementing whatever you take back home. Because a lot of us take many things back, but then we don't implement. There's a lot of data available, but I think the data is not put to use, then it's as good as you don't have a data. So more important is not only what you take, start implementing in your from tomorrow. Don't put a date saying that I'll start from next week, the month after. Let's start from tomorrow once whatever you get done. With these few words, I thank the organizers for giving me these opportunities. Wish you all the best. I think quite a few teams are presenting at the end of this as a part of your Six Sigma course completion certificate. And I think you have one also from Foundry and from healthcare, two divergent industrial segments, but where both can use the same concepts and same principle for the benefit of the employees and the customer as a whole. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your short message on practicing quality. Preaching is easier, practicing is difficult. I am happy that I invite Mr. Shivakumar sir to honor him with a bouquet and shawl. We have two important people, actually 4 of them are there, 2 from healthcare and 2 from industry with experience, academic. Dr. Ramasamy is here. You know, this transplant that is going on for kidney, the highest rate of transplants that successfully done is in Coimbatore. That was the statistics. Coimbatore does the best number of quantum of quality of transplants, not even Chennai. And Dr. Ramasamy's role is significant, and he was associating with Dr. Ilangovan also. So he is talking today about measurement system analysis. You can imagine how accuracy the device is giving, the multidisciplinary approach, measurement system analysis on body composition. We are talking composition in chemical analysis and mineral analysis. The body itself, what it composes, that he and his research scholar have done with my input, and it is getting published. Preparation is going on. We have Dr. Balakrishnan, that is well known how an ordinary COVID can become a, you have various mutations, and now it is Omicron, earlier Delta, again SARS-CoV-2 COVID. Now next wave, the type is still not classified, but it can go to the different directions of black fungus, and a lot of work has been done by Dr. Balakrishnan. That analysis was done, and it is getting published in the international platform, and such an analysis has not been done anywhere. So I request both of them to come to the dais before taking the presentation, and I honor them with a shawl and bouquet, and I request one of the PGs and CRRIs doctors from KG to come forward to honor them. One of them, please, Dr. Rajkumar, can you come to the dais? Rajkumar or the associates. One of you can come. Please come, Dr. Balakrishnan. You come.
Sorry for everything.
Have coffee and
I will see that. Thank you.
We have Professor Dr. Devadas sir, please come. I tell you, the studies that is being done will be evaluated also, and Professor Dr. Devadas is here, who has seen several papers across the world, and Dr. Satish from Fluid Control Research, FCRI. You are there? Please come. Professor Devadas is from PSG College, and Dr. Satish is from Fluid Control Research Institute. I want to honor them, and you can speak few words because he is going to judge it, the papers. So I asked them to give few words how the judgment will go. 1 hour back I called him. Because the director could not come. Then this associate. Thank you so much. And he did research under me. That one is well known. Sir, please speak for your views.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and friends. It gives me an immense pleasure to participate in this program. We have been in association with Professor Rajagopalan sir for about more than 2 decades now. He has not been working just in statistics. He has also been working very in deep about interacting the theory and practice. He has been making all kinds of efforts to see that the concepts are implemented in practice. We have to admit that there has been a huge gap existing between the academic institutions and industrial institutions, and we have been both of us have been striving our level best to bridge the gap. So still the gap is still existing. There has been a regular complaint that our products, that is from academic institutions like engineering institutions, the graduates and postgraduates and researchers are not immediately employable, and the industry experts are telling that they are spending a lot of time and money to make them industry employable. So in this regard, lot of efforts are required, and Professor Rajagopalan's efforts have been very laudable, and many of his students are from industries who have been trained to get green belt training in Six Sigma, and many of them are our former students also. So in this regard, we have to really be thankful for the efforts Professor Rajagopalan sir has been making, and it is a prideful moment for me to participate in this very valuable program. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We have been associated with ISA very long back, and have been in fact very privileged. I am his student. In 2011, I've been in the Statistical Institute for 6 months, and with the very guidance it help us to implement in our system also, so as to improve our quality in fact, we are doing the service like a testing process and calibration process, and where are the difficulties what we are facing in various risk factors. Sir is helping, and so that a lot of knowledge is shared in the last more than 15 years. So in fact, we thank ISA also in that aspect. I want to tell this opportunity at this occasion, and thank you, sir. Thank you all of us.
See, all the gas pipelines across the country, all the liquid pipelines, that is petroleum that is going, it's all masterminded from their institute. And we were working together in the research and development, Fluid Control Research Institute. It's a very difficult job on measuring the flow rate. And we were doing transcranial flow rate, so many millimeter per second for the blood valves. But to see the accuracy in petrol bunk, a liter cost 100 rupees. Now it will further also increase. Whether they put 100 rupees or not, they will say, look at the zero and see what is the dispensing. So that time you will know what is the accuracy means. Maintaining such an accuracy, they are the authority in India, and we did a lot of work in the measurement system analysis. Same thing was almost repeated with the body composition machines. Now what I suggest is that Dr. Balakrishnan and Dr. Anjana, they have done a study on can COVID aggravate to black fungus? Let us hear them. First paper. And the LED projectors are there. This is also arranged last minute because it is streaming to various countries, so we do not want blurring, so we made it. And even these arrangements, we took a lot of placements to see that it goes. After that, their presentation, we'll have a coffee break, quick coffee break. If you feel quick coffee break, we all break and join. If you feel working break, one of you, some of you can go have silently, then we go to the next paper. How do you feel? Raise the hand that we'll continue working lunch or working break or break. Working break? Please raise the hand. Working break. That is nice. So we'll have a working break. After their program, after their paper, a few people can go out and have your coffee break and snacks. I will tell you that these 3 hours is very critical time for your life. We are talking about uncertainty. If everything is uncertain, you call it uncertainty plus amount of uncertainty in it is equal to certainty. How a certainty comes? Uncertainty plus amount of uncertainty. That amount of uncertainty is going to be discussed. Knowledge, and that makes you as an intelligent auditor, intelligent practitioner, intelligent businessman. Basic degree everybody have got. You want to do an extraordinary work, this measuring uncertainties will definitely help prognosticating the diseases and prognosticating the hospital days. And then during the foundry, when you do the mold, at the end of the game, when the product comes out, when it comes it as a blowhole, imagine, 1.5 lakhs is lost. In jewelry industry, they make 40 pieces of diamonds in single channel setting. Wax will evaporate, diamond will sit. Precision setting. 40. If one is lost, 40 into 60,000 rupees, one ring is lost. They don't give in Netherlands and Belgium, Indian people, more than 1 cent to cut. If it is 50 cents, they will only cut. We will not give it to India. Now India is getting 25 cents carat diamond. And now spectrographic analysis is done. And now you know that purity of gold. 750 tons of gold is consumed in India. I was in best place is Andhra. They are taking. But nobody knows what is purity of gold. Nobody knows. They say, Sedaram illa, Seikuli illa, gold illa. So, I have to work with assaying so many times to make quality. Software engineers are also here. The insurance uncertainties. Patient will be there. Unless insurance is clear, nothing can happen. So this amount of uncertainties that they are discussing will be a reward for you. And stay for dinner. Don't waste the food. சார் எல்லாம் ஆன்லைனில் பார்த்துக்கலான்னு நிறைய பேர் என்கிட்ட 100 பேர் மேலே வந்துடும் சார் ரிஜெக்ட் பண்ணாதீங்கன்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஆன்லைனில் இருக்குன்னு சொன்னோடனே வரணுமா சார்? That's why I made the online at 2:30. Link comes to the 2:30. I invite Dr. Balakrishnan sir to start his presentation along with Dr. Anjana, please. Can we take sit there? Okay. Have coffee?
Good evening, everyone. Professor Rajagopal, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm here to talk about the work we have done during second wave of COVID, that is the Delta variant. As you had all read in the newspaper, we had a tsunami of black fungus cases. To give you the perspective, when I was in England for 12 years, I have not seen a single case of black fungus. When I came to India about 12 years ago, I was seeing about 1 case of black fungus every month. Then second wave of COVID started, the Delta variant. Every day I was seeing 4 patients. So that was the enormous scale up for the number of cases were coming. And fortunately we had a lot of experience, we were able to manage. So cutting short the introduction, I will say where this study is useful. I'll give you 2 specific examples during this time. So that will give the gravity of use of data science and making decisions. First is an example where a 65-year-old gentleman, his daughter and son are in US. The daughter is delivering, so the wife has gone to US for the helping the daughter with delivery. So he is the only man in India. He got COVID, he had diabetes, and he also developed back fungus. When he came here, he had swelling of eye, he couldn't see, and he was in a lot of pain. So when I went to the ward, the COVID patients are in isolation ward and other things. He's a big man, he was crying. Sir, எல்லாரும் விட்டுட்டு போயிட்டாங்க சார், நான் மட்டும் தனியாக இங்கே மாட்டிக்கிட்டேன் சார், என்ன பண்ணுறது அப்படின்னு தெரியல சார். And he was inconsolably crying. That was the situation. Then he said, sir, speak to my daughter and wife in the US. So they phoned. And the wife and the daughter are saying, sir, நாங்கள் இவர் உயிர் ஓட்டிருப்பாரா இல்லையா, நாங்கள் கிளம்பி வரணுமா இல்லையா யூஎஸில். This is the question they are asking. So these are the kinds of decisions we have to make in day in and day out. That's a part of the life in medicine. So the second case, it's a different economic group. This is a man who is a middle-aged man, around 50. He is from a lower socio-economic group. He doesn't have any children. He and his wife are the best. Again, he developed COVID. He is oxygen dependent. You take the oxygen for even a minute, his saturation drops down. He also developed black fungus. And outside the ward, the wife is standing and crying. So when you go out, she is asking, will this man survive? And they have to find money for the treatment. So she's asking, sir, I don't mind arranging money, but you have to give me some guarantee that you are asking for 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. If you are sure that you are going to save my husband, I will arrange the money. இவர் பொழப்பாரா, ஒரு பர்சன் பொழப்பாரா சொல்லுங்க. This is the decision we have to make. So this is where the data science comes in. We have to make this kind of decision. Basically data science, if you say in Tamil, ஜோசியம் பார்க்குறது, சரியா, slightly more accurate than that, and we keep readjusting, but that is what we are trying to predict the future event based on the existing data. That's all we are trying to do. Most of the time data will be incomplete, and it may be partly available, it may be wrong, and you have to leave the dust and take the whatever is good out of it. The other important thing about data science and statistics is now we have computers and software program is available. So you put any number of anything into the system, it gives some outcome. The problem is you don't know the outcome. What is the meaning of this outcome? Unless you understand the process, what is the question you are asking, is the test appropriate for that, and the outcome, what does it mean, can we make sense of it? That is the important thing, because previously what happens is we go to the statistician and do. Now we have software program, we think we know everything, we start doing something. This is where Dr. Rajagopal comes in. and you have to closely work with the concerned people, like in the industry or in the medicine. The person who is having the domain knowledge in that particular field, plus the statistician, should know what exactly we are dealing with. So the question more important is, what does the outcome means? So we can put some numbers, you get some number out, what is the meaning of this? This is where. So Dr. Anjana is my PG. She has just completed the course. She was very interested because I was busy operating and seeing the patients and running around. I know we are seeing a lot of cases, we have to collect data, but I was not in, every day I was going around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, we were coming and seeing patients. So she was said, sir, we have to do something, we'll collect and present. So that was the end. So she used to stay around till 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and collecting data, seeing patients, finding this thing. Then after that we sat and did all the work. There were a lot of things which I never expected, and there are certain things I certainly learned from the things, even in spite of my long experience in the field, I certainly learned. So data science is definitely useful. From here I'll give it to Dr. Anjana.
A very good afternoon to one and all. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers and sponsors of this conference for providing me this great opportunity to present in front of distinguished audience. And this is a very great learning experience for me. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank Dr. G. Bhaktavatsal sir, the chairman of the KG Hospital. And am I audible? Dr. GB sir, Dr. Balakrishnan sir, Dr. Rajagopal sir, Ramasamy sir and Ramakrishnan sir for all for motivating me to do research on COVID and mucormycosis. Thank you so much. So myself and Dr. Anjana Venkatesh, I have pursued DNB in family medicine from KG Hospital. So today what I am going to discuss is how the data science is helpful in healthcare to improve the quality of care for what we deliver for the patients. So we all know what is COVID-19 and black fungus. We all are familiar of black fungus, I hope so. So from at the end of 2019, from 2019 end, the world has witnessed a global pandemic, that is COVID-19, the catastrophic impacts and its complications. So it's ongoing, the different variants are coming, different mutations are happening. So each time different complications are rising. So we have seen so many complications during the COVID time, and these are severe COVID pneumonias, ARDS, and cardiovascular complications, cytokine storm, and invasive fungal infections. So what my topic today is, from COVID-19 to black fungus. So what is this black fungus? So black fungus is known as mucormycosis, the so-called black fungus. So it is a serious life-threatening invasive fungal infection seen mainly in immunocompromised hosts, that is uncontrolled diabetes mellitus, long-term immunosuppressions, post-transplant patients, and long-term steroids. So all the immunocompromised states, this is an invasive fungal infection, that is opportunistic infections in this immunocompromised hosts. So what is the mechanism? Why in immunocompromised hosts this mucormycosis happens? So what happens is, in immunocompromised states, there are different factors playing. So one is neutropenia, impaired phagocytic actions, and the other thing is availability of iron is high. So this fungus is very favorable and very well growth in iron rich medias. So when there is a iron rich medias, this fungus will grow very fastly and will disseminate to other adjacent tissues. So that this is one of the mechanisms, and they are having different mechanism, unique traits. This fungus is having different type of mechanism for dissemination, and the pathology is mainly angioinvasion. So a normal host doesn't develop mucormycosis. But an immunocompromised host, when they inhale the spores of this fungus, they will allow the factors in the body of the host, allow the growth of these fungus and cause angioinvasion. This fungal hyphae will infiltrate the blood and will cause angioinvasion and cause thrombosis, tissue necrosis, and further it will disseminate to different parts of the body and adjacent tissues. So this is the mechanism. So why it is very important? Because one thing is it is very rare, the other thing is it's life threatening with high mortality, and it is seen especially in immunocompromised state. So in COVID-19 what happens is there are different theories explaining why in COVID-19 this black fungus infection happens. So one theory is unholy trinity of long-term corticosteroids that we used to give in, not long-term, corticosteroids what we used to give during severe COVID pneumonia in the second peak of COVID-19. And the other thing is COVID-19 infection itself is an immunocompromised state. The third one is uncontrolled diabetes mellitus. So we all know that India is the diabetic capital of the world. So there are so many patients with diabetes, and at the time of infection this diabetes gets uncontrolled. So in uncontrolled diabetes, if the patient is getting mucormycosis, it is very life threatening sometimes. So the patient, one of the risk factors for developing mucormycosis in COVID-19 is uncontrolled diabetes mellitus. So the mortality rate is very high, and sometimes there is 100% mortality in disseminated forms. And the problem is the patient may present very late, and we should have a high index of suspicion for mucormycosis. So based on the different sites of involvement, there are different types of mucormycosis. So one is pulmonary mucormycosis, the other one is gastrointestinal, then cutaneous, disseminated forms. And during the second wave of COVID-19, what we used to see more is rhino-orbitocerebral mucormycosis, that is with involvement of orbit, sinus and brain involvement. So this one was the most common type of mucormycosis. So these patients present with headache, facial pain, numbness, sometimes loss of vision, and sometimes it can complicate like stroke and other manifestations. So there should be high index of suspicion because delay in presentation, immunocompromised state, all these factors are contributing to severity and poor prognosis. So first thing is high index of suspicion and early diagnosis and treatment with antifungals and surgery should be given. So we conducted a study in KJ hospital. As sir mentioned, we had a lot of cases of mucormycosis during the second COVID wave. So we collected the data and we conducted a study, prognostic markers for COVID-19 associated mucormycosis. So how it helps is the mortality is very high. So if there is some prognostic markers so that we can improve the mortality rate, we can improve the recovery rate of the patients. So we went through the journals, different journals, and there were no lot of data about the prognostic markers for COVID-19 associated mucormycosis. So the aim and objectives of our study is to study different parameters at the time of admission in mucormycosis and to find out the prognostic markers and predictors of mortality. So coming to the materials and methods, the study type is a retrospective cross-sectional study, and the study population is post-COVID mucormycosis patients admitted in our hospital, and the setting is a single-center tertiary care hospital with a population size of 39 cases of suspected mucormycosis. That means the post-COVID patients who presented with symptoms and signs of sinus involvement with a CT or MRI imaging positive. So the time period is from 22nd 3rd 2021 to 22nd 7th 2021, that is 4 months time period. So the time patient parameters, different parameters we studied. So study parameters were patient parameters, symptom parameters, lab parameters, and lab parameters both during the COVID-19 infection and at the time of mucormycosis. So these are the different parameters. So first column we can see patient parameters, what all we considered. So age, gender, comorbidities, different comorbidities that are known to be associated with mucormycosis were also collected, and the long-term steroid intake, immunosuppression, vaccination status, also the number of doses taken, all these were considered. And the symptom parameters, like with what symptoms they presented, like headache, facial pain, facial numbness, and the clinical parameters, any visual loss was there, nose block, all these parameters were collected. And the clinical finding, what findings were there, like periorbital swelling, facial swelling, all these parameters were also collected. So coming to the lab parameters, first one is during COVID-19 admission, and the second one is during the mucormycosis admission. So first, total count, neutrophil lymphocyte ratio, hemoglobin, platelet, and different lab parameters we used to do for COVID-19, and the same was did for mucormycosis admission also. So what is the criteria for diagnosis of COVID-19 associated mucormycosis? So the definition for COVID-19 associated mucormycosis is post-COVID patient presenting with symptoms of headache, facial pain, facial swelling, and other symptoms of sinusitis with supportive CT or MRI imaging findings and histopathologically proven as mucormycosis is taken as a COVID associated mucormycosis case. So the criteria for COVID-19 is taken as either RT-PCR positive at the time of admission or recently in last 3 months. And the complications of mucormycosis considered were local bone spread, orbital involvement, brain involvement. So these are the few images of our patients. The first one is an MRI image of one of the patients with orbital involvement. I don't have a pointer here. In first one, we can see the left eye, there are hyperintense signals showing the orbital involvement. The second image, upper image, showing the growth medium with typical cottoning of the mucormycosis growth. So third one is histopathological image with typical mucormycosis with branching at 90 degree aseptate, broad septate. And the fourth one is a patient with orbital involvement having swelling and chemosis with symptoms of sinusitis. And the fourth one is a diagnostic nasal endoscopy image that we did in the OPD showing the typical crusting and eschar, black eschar, that is because of the necrosis, tissue necrosis. And the last one is showing a fungal culture, that means that last one I am not able to do it. So last one is lid opener, that is the fungal culture which shows the salt and pepper appearance of the mucormycosis growth. So coming to patient demography, so the mean age was 53 and the range is from 31 years to 85 years. That means the young people were also involved, affected by COVID-19 associated mucormycosis. The most commonly associated comorbidities was diabetes mellitus with a prevalence of 36 out of 39 patients. So this is a treatment approach of COVID-19 associated mucormycosis. So all the suspected mucormycosis, that means post-COVID patient with symptoms of sinusitis present to our OPD, first underwent evaluation, that is diagnostic nasal endoscopy, either CT or MRI imaging. Okay. So after that, it is confirmed as probable mucormycosis, that is 39 cases. So the 39 cases we included in the study is post-COVID patients with symptoms and signs of sinusitis with CT or MRI imaging positive. So I already mentioned the culture is the gold standard for mucormycosis, and culture will take some time for reporting. So definitely it will take a time delay. So till that we can't wait for delay for the treatment. So we empirically we have to start on antifungals and we have to admit the patient, stabilize the patient. Blood sugars we have to control, and a multidisciplinary approach based on the site of involvement. If there is a neurological sequelae of mucormycosis, we have to involve the neurology department and ophthalmology department. It's a multidisciplinary approach. So after stabilizing the patient, endoscopic sinus surgery was done whenever is indicated. So additional surgery depending on the progression of the disease, and we continuously monitor the symptoms and signs of the patient. So antifungals were continued and optimized based on the patient's symptoms. And then we send, during the surgery, we send for the biopsy and microscopic images. So histopathologically proven cases were termed as confirmed mucormycosis. So out of the 39 cases, 3 cases biopsy was negative. So it may be because we have given antifungals. We have started on antifungals very early, and that may be the cause for negative biopsy for those patients. So these patients were followed up during 15th day, 30th day and 45 days. So this is just a data flow. 39 probable mucormycosis cases came to OPD. We classified them retrospectively as 30 confirmed cases and 9 non-confirmed cases. That is, either biopsy was not taken or biopsy was negative. So out of the 30 confirmed cases, 28 patients survived, 1 patient died, and 1 patient left the treatment to another hospital. And out of the 9 cases, 5 patients survived and 2 patients died, and 2 patients left the treatment to another hospital. So coming to the intervention, as I already mentioned, the treatment is medical and surgical. So medical is combination of antifungals, that is liposomal amphotericin B, isavuconazole and posaconazole. And surgical is endoscopic sinus surgery, medical maxillectomy, partial maxillectomy, or orbital excenteration and palatal excenteration based on the spread of the disease. So most of the patients, 85% of the patients received combined, that is medical and surgical treatment. So antifungals for mucormycosis, this is a diagram showing the antifungals for mucormycosis. The patient, 47% of the patients received combination of antifungals, that is amphotericin B, isavuconazole and posaconazole. So surgery, many of them, 33 out of 39 patients received primary endoscopic sinus surgery and additional surgeries depending upon the spread of the disease. So coming to the outcome. So out of the 39 cases, 30 cases, that is the first diagram, 30 cases were confirmed as biopsy proven cases, and the 9 cases were not confirmed or negative cases. So out of the 28, the outcome was classified as recovered, exited and death. So the yellow shows the recovered percentage. 28 patients recovered from mucormycosis, and out of the biopsy not confirmed cases, that is 9 patients, 5 patients were recovered from. So coming to the analysis, data mining using Minitab version 18 was used, and the test used were chi-square test, t-test, principal component analysis, logistic regression analysis and nominal regression analysis. The plots used were scree plot, loading plot and box plot. So this is in nutshell of what all tests we used and what all were the questions we asked. So first we did studied a normality and stability for 16 lab parameters, and next one was to study the relationship between these parameters, and the third was out of the 16 parameters we just did a principal component analysis, and we used the plots like scree plot and loading plot for finding which all parameters can be used as the predictor for mucormycosis. The next fourth one was how the determinants affects the diagnosis of mucormycosis. Which all parameters helps for the diagnosis of mucormycosis. So the fifth one was which single symptom contributes to mucormycosis, and that was done using chi-square test. And the sixth one, is there any combination and cumulative number of symptoms results in mucormycosis? That was done using multiple regression test. And the seventh one was, which predictors as a biomarker significantly contribute to mucormycosis. That was done using multiple regression analysis. So next question was how this determinant significantly affects the outcome of mucormycosis. This was done using nominal regression analysis. And the ninth question was how to determine the alerting limits with 95% of control limits. So first one was to find the normality and stability. This was done using normality curve and stability by standard deviation and p-value. So out of the 16 parameters, we found that the 9 parameters were stable and 7 parameters were unstable. So this diagram, this picture shows which all parameters were stable and which all parameters were unstable. So second was out of the 16 lab parameters, 66 possible relationships was there, and out of that which all relationships was positive relationship and which all are negative relationships. So from all these questions, finally we came to a nutshell that two symptom parameters, that is facial numbness and isolated nerve palsy, were found to be predictive of mucormycosis. That means a post-COVID patient presents with symptoms of sinusitis and is having the symptoms of facial numbness and isolated nerve palsy. That means it's almost predictive of mucormycosis. And by logistic regression analysis, we just found which all are the predictors for mucormycosis. And HbA1c and mean blood glucose level were significantly associated with risk of developing mucormycosis. That means if a patient is having uncontrolled DM and mean blood glucose level is very high, he is at risk of developing mucormycosis. So outcome, we did a nominal regression analysis to find classified as different outcomes, that is discharge, exit and death. So we found out that these highlighted parameters, 6 parameters, are very important and significantly affects the outcome of mucormycosis. So these are sodium, CRP, urea, creatinine, neutrophil lymphocyte ratio. So these are the different plots showing the importance of these parameters. So this is a box plot. And from the study, we redefined, using control charts, we redefined the values of the 6 parameters based on our data. And the 6 parameters, that is serum sodium, creatinine, urea, neutrophil lymphocyte ratio and C-reactive protein. So serum sodium, we found out that death was very likely in those patients with very low sodium, that is less than 125, and better outcome was noted in the limits of 125 to 135, and optimum was noted 135 to 145. Serum creatinine, more mortality risk was noted if more than 1.39 milligram per deciliter, and serum urea, the more mortality risk was noted if more than 58 milligram per deciliter. And neutrophil lymphocyte ratio, more mortality risk was noted if it is more than 11. C-reactive protein was highly fluctuating between 33 milligram per liter to 72 milligram per liter. So for recovery, it was between 33 to 72. But more mortality risk was noted if it is more than 200 milligram per liter. So we went through few journals and we found similar data from other studies. That is, first one is, among the risk factors, diabetes mellitus, especially uncontrolled diabetes, is a significant risk factor for mucormycosis. And the second one was, in another study, they found out that though HbA1c and mean blood glucose level are significantly contributing for development of mucormycosis, it doesn't affect the outcome. And in another study, the renal dysfunction during hospital stay and levels of serum creatinine were significant predictors of mortality. And another study, we found out that CRP, high levels, are independent prognostic factor for acute invasive fungal infections. And in another case series, we also found out that the neutrophil lymphocyte ratios are very important. But there are very few studies or 1 or 2 studies in mucormycosis cases. But definitely there are studies in COVID-19 that severity increases with high neutrophil lymphocyte ratio. So I feel that there should be more studies on neutrophil lymphocyte ratio so that we can monitor the patients. So based on this study, to the conclusion, facial numbness and isolated nerve palsy are significant predictors for diagnosis, And these parameters, CRP, serum sodium, urea, creatinine, and neutrophil lymphocyte ratios are significant prognostic predictors of mortality. That means we have to serially monitor these parameters so that we can improve the recovery rate. And the recovery rate among COVID-19 associated mucormycosis in our hospital was 93.3%. So if we daily monitor in gradual intervals, if we monitor these parameters, we can increase the recovery rate up to 99 or 100%. So although HbA1c was a significant risk factor for development of mucormycosis, it was not related much to the mortality. So extensive study is needed on other parameters like radiological, MRI, CT findings and histopathological parameters, which I didn't include in this study. So we have to do more studies. Depending on that, we can predict the mortality. Thank you for providing this time. Thank you, sir.
You can see how the uncertainty was, the amount of uncertainty that has been studied. We have come all the way from Kerala, Delhi, to make this analysis. This analysis is very much not done anywhere in the paper. What we have done and what we have done. So discussed in the national platform, it is also becoming a paper. Still there are certain issues that I am trying to interact with further. We are good hand to students coming from various colleges. It's meant for you. Right? It's not difficult. They have demonstrated that.
Good afternoon.
Can we have a coffee break?
Yeah, sir. We should have coffee break, sir.
We'll have coffee break. You don't mind. Please come ready, eh? 5 minutes, please.
Now, Dr. Sindhu, she is the medicine physician in the hospital. Dr. Nitasha is a family medicine postgraduate who actually did the running around collecting the data. We only gave her the kidney failure patients for her data work, for her statistical work. Professor Rajagopal and Padma Shri Dr. Bhaktavachalam, who is the chairman of our hospital and who has been the support network for us for performing this study. Background. The study pertains to stage 5 of CKD patients, the subset of which is called end-stage renal failure patients. So end-stage renal failure patients basically means that the kidneys are not working. In the current scenario of kidney not working, they have to rely on renal support therapy, and hemodialysis, that is purifying the blood, is one form of renal support therapy, where patient comes in 2 or 3 times in a week. Each session of dialysis lasts for 4 hours minimum to get their blood purified, to remove the extra water. So the dialysis performs basically 2 things, that is clearing the waste and clearing the water. When it comes to the water, we have to adjust their body weight so that they do not gain excess water and become symptomatic. Symptomatic in the means complaints of breathing difficulty, blood pressure rise, headache, all those things can come. Sometimes it is very dangerous also. So you'll have to appropriately adjust their body weight and keep. So the dialysis machine essentially removes extra water from the body. So how much extra water to remove from the body during each dialysis session becomes our big decision. There are a lot of methods to find out how much water is extra in the body, and one of the method is isotope dilution method, bromide dilution method, estimating the total body potassium. All these methods are very expensive, laborious. Much more than that, these are all only done in research protocols, not on a daily clinical setting where we have to do, say, dialysis for, in KG we do dialysis for 65 patients per day. So you cannot on a daily basis keep doing these tests. And we actually, the way we fix their weight, the target weight at the end of the dialysis is, if you listen me saying the method we use, you'll be shocked. It is actually called trial and error method. So you trial and error, and by trial you fix some weight and see is the patient okay at the end of the dialysis. If the patient is happy at the end of the dialysis, he says, I'm okay sir, I can walk back home, keep that weight. And next dialysis, if he comes without any problem, then maybe that is the correct weight. But in between, he does, something bad happens to him, blame it on the God and refix the weight. So that is how crude we have been doing it. In that scenario, this is the body composition meter. We have seen lot of body composition meters that have been used in commercial space. Like for example, in weight loss salons, they use this meter to monitor weight every week, body composition every week, to say how much extra fat the clients have, how much fat to lose. So you can see advertisements that say that promise 5 kilos of weight loss for 5,000 rupees. They essentially use these machines. And when you in race course, if people have the habit of walking around in race course, there will be small kiosks built, put temporary kiosks where they will keep this body composition monitor, and they'll say everybody is fat, and they'll say everybody has to come to their place to get weight loss. A physiotherapist use this to know how much muscle it has to, each person has to build. This monitor is very easy. It is portable. It is what you call painless way of finding the extra water, how much the patient consumes. This monitor is provided by a company called Fresenius. It is actually made, tested and calibrated and validated for use in Caucasian population, that is white population. It has never been tested in India because of its lack of availability, and we do not have data. Rather than I say not have data, we have data, but we have not actually seriously looked into it. So this is one of our humble, attempt to look into the data behind using this body composition monitor. We've been having this machine for the last 4 years in our department, and whatever the machine says, we do. Like the machine says the patient has 4 liters of overhydration, we ask the dialysis technician to fix 4 liters and take the weight out. So next we'll see how data science has actually helped us. So how the machine actually works, and there's a small difference between this machine and the other commercial available body composition monitor. Body composition monitor in the commercial space is a single channel monitor. On the other hand, this monitor is a multi-channel monitor where multiple alternating currents are passed between the leads, and the voltage difference is actually calculated by the machine as water excess, fat excess, or the muscle excess. What are the aim of the study is to measure the accuracy of the body composition monitor machine in our dialysis patients, thereby assisting our decision into designing deciding on the target weight, and to determine what parameters among all the parameters that the machine is monitoring, what is the exact parameters or set of parameters which actually influence the performance of the body composition monitor. To find a relationship, is there a relationship or dissociation between the parameters in the body composition monitor? Is there real clinical parameter threshold to which we have to adhere to? We had lot of questions to start with. The first is our monitor accurate? Is it reliable to our population? Can we really go about validating our measurements in our population? Do we really understand the machine? Because we're not understanding it, so we really wanted to understand the machine. What are the determinants of hydration status based on which the machine performs? What is a pattern of hydration status and how it is predicted? Like for example, patient starts a dialysis, first of his dialysis, say today. When you use the machine today, is it okay, or do you need to wait for some time? Or say patient is on 10 years on dialysis, at the end of 10th year, is the machine still valid? Is the reading from the machine still valid? Nobody knows answers for these questions. We have tried to do a study to find out what are the threshold levels and of those predictors for overhydration and underhydration. Basically means if there are extra water or reduced water in the patient, and how to validate the hydration status. So when it comes to these two things, like sir has actually given you the teaser, like the 4 things that we actually looked about in the mission. First among them is accuracy. So accuracy is how accurate is the readings based on from the two. I mean, how accurate is the reading from the true reference value. It is also called bias systematic error. Precision, how repeatedly in the same patient does the machine reads out the same value. We had actually done in 178 patients. I mean, we have enrolled all the patients at that point of time who were on chronic hemodialysis, which was 178, and we repeated it, and so giving us 315 observations. This is the N. So like this diagram shows, if a machine is precise and accurate, all the readings are in that midpoint. If it is precise but not accurate, all the readings are at one point but not at the midpoint. If it is accurate, most of the readings are in the midpoint. So that is the difference between accuracy and precision. We want a machine that is both accurate and precise. Next comes reliability. How in varying clinical conditions, how does the machine produce results, and are the results precise and accurate? That is what accounts for reliability. And validity, is it valid in our setting? When the machine says it's 4 liters overhydration, if you set 4 liters of water removal by a dialysis machine, does that reflect into a clinical benefit? Is what validity is called. So the machine gives so many readings, and some of the readings I'll say: lean tissue index, lean tissue mass, fat tissue index, V urea is volume of urea distribution in the patient, the body composition metrics, total body water, intracellular water, extracellular water by intracellular water. What is the overhydration? What is the fat? So far with this machine for the last 3.5 years, what we have been looking at is only that OH, that is overhydration. Like I said, if the machine says 4 liters, remove 4 liters. If the machine says -2 liters, do not do anything, just keep quiet, because we are very worried in giving fluid to the patients. So we have been doing that. The other patient parameters that we have to actually feed into the machine to get these values are weight, the body mass index, BMI we all know is height in weight in kgs by height in meter square. So we have to actually mention height and weight into the machine, age of the patient, and dialysis duration in months. I don't know why the machine wants that, but it asks dialysis duration in months. So we will have to input all these data. We used eigenvalue table, scree plot number for the factors, eigenvector table, and loading plot for knowing which of all the factor is very important. This is the eigenvalue from above 1 from table and scree plot for 4 feature variables predicting the hydration status, which accounts for more than 92% of all our predicted values. Meaning these 4 values are very important. What are the 4? And this is the loading plot, which shows that there are only 4 factors from the machine and a clinical factor which actually predict the overhydration, unlike other readings. Even though we have around 20 readings that are available in the machine, only these 4 machine and 1 clinical reading is very important. Like I said, the 4 machine readings are lean tissue index, volume of urea distribution, intracellular water, extracellular by intracellular water. Only these 4 measurements are important. So these 4 parameters, and one patient parameter that actually makes a difference in the machine's reading is age. We have got some hypothesis to understand why, to explain why this sort of variation is there, but they still remain hypothesis. We need to do further research to actually validate and understand whether our hypothesis stays true. Like for example, I'll give you just one example. In patient parameter age, as the patient ages, skin, skin becomes thicker in older people, and subcutaneous tissue, the fat below the skin, actually loses in old people. You see old people with very flimsy, thin but thick skin, through which even needle cannot pass through. So because of that produces a variation in the current, or in the way that alternating current passes in the body composition meter, is our hypothesis why, as the patient ages, maybe the prediction of overhydration by the body composition meter also varies. So this is the pattern of overhydration in our patients, and it follows universal log. So what are the hydration threshold? We use multiple regression analysis, contour plot to explain the predictability of overhydration. And of all the 4 features were statistically significant to explain at least 85% of overhydration. So one of these features is more. We can predict that this patient is going to have overhydration in the body composition monitor. Now of all the 4 features, the one very important feature is the ratio between extracellular water by intracellular water. If it increases by 1 unit, we know that the overhydration is going to be in the ranges of 17 liters. Usually the index varies by the metrics of 0.1 to 0.01. So it's so accurate and so fine range, but if it rises by 1, it means that the overhydration is going to be in the tunes of 17 liters. We used regression equation to derive an equation for females and males to find out the overhydration in liters based on the important parameters of lean tissue index, extracellular by intracellular weight, volume, and age. When you do a contour plot of E by I, which is below 0.075, and LTI is below 15, the underhydration of 5 liters stays true. Meaning that using this plot, if you know the extracellular water and intracellular water and the lean tissue index, we can actually plot in this plot how we can derive at the overhydration. The machine actually uses the same plot, and we have found that in our population also, it follows the same contour plot to identify overhydration. Some of the index patients which we have checked, we can see in this chart that patients come in between dialysis, they come with 10.5 liters of extra fluid in their water to minus 10 liters of extra fluid in the water, and that reading has been accurately validated. So when you do remove that amount of fluid or do give them that amount of fluid in the dialysis, they come out better after the dialysis. Okay, just meaning that the body composition meter is a valid and then very good reading in our population up to the safety limit of 10 liters of overhydration and underhydration. So it has been, after that we have been using it with a lot of confidence, and we still remain with few questions, and now I have just highlighted two of our questions that remain. One is the patient who tends to be underhydrated, that is who are having less amount of water in their body before dialysis. As they do dialysis, if you keep on following them, they become overhydrated later. And one of our understanding is maybe because their urine output comes down as they keep on dialysis, maybe they become overhydrated over the due course of time. But this we need to still understand, still we need to further our research to come to a definitive conclusion. And further we need to investigate the relationship between the actual ultrafiltration we set and how the body composition fixes the overhydration. Thank you for your patient listening. The take-home point is this body composition meter, though it is a rare device that's being used, very useful for dialysis patients, and we are trying in our attempt to validate it for our population, and in our clinical setup, we have been successful thanks to Project Works, and I'm open to this.
Industry from measurement system, you have any one question to ask? So you have any one question to ask?
So that reduction equation only, that first part of the constant same difference, other slopes everything remains the same.
But I didn't.
That the regression equation gas fitted. In that equation, only the first component. That is it's not a variable, it is a constant. Some 17 point.
Oh, okay. See, this problem is always asked about the constant, the minimum value. The minimum value. That means whenever you go to the taxi, you have to pay minimum value. When you go to the doctor, you have to pay minimum reception fee. When you go anywhere, the minimum expenses will be there. That constant can be negative. Sometimes it will be negative, because the expenditure is more than the income, so negative may come. Here there are 12 parameters, that is very important. The machinist, Dr. Ramasamy, highlighted very well that it is not that we see how much water is overhydrated in our body, but it is for the dialysis patient how important that we should be taken out, that 4 liters ultrafilter when the dialysis is done. The great thing is that your kidney is the gifted one. Dialysis machine works only for 4 hours. Your kidney is working 24 hours. So you should be thanking God that in these 4 hours they need to take out the ultrafilter, which is that parameter that is more important. And we are rightly, the analysis found that E by I, extracellular to intracellular, that ratio has to be monitored along with the overhydration. That was contributing significantly 17 liters. So look both and then decide the diagnosis pattern. Then it will decide previous time what was the ultrafilter, next time what should be the thing. So you know the prognostication of how the dialysis treatment can go. That's what the regression analysis is giving, the parameters sensitivity to reductions. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramasamy sir. I invite our Shivakumar, the general manager of the COSO valves. It is very interesting study that they all have done last 6 months. So understanding valve is very difficult. Not only cardiac valves, even our industrial valves, even your tap, go to the flush and then press it, the leakage will be there. The valve system is very difficult and you will know only after it is produced. You will know only after. Like the baby can be seen only after the delivery, whatever you try to make it. So that challenging issues we have taken last 6 months. The management was also supporting. The great thing is that nobody have time. Do you have time? Should I come here or not? Many of you have thought, should I come here? Can't we see through this? Why we should see the data? Imagine that at this age, Dr. Ramasamy and Dr. Balakrishnan and Dr. Shivakumar, at this age they are spending time. And you are having very good opportunity. What we learned in 40 years, you are learning in 4 hours. Am I correct? What we learned in 40 years, you are learning in 4 hours. Those time you don't have this sort of software. Those time you don't have the proper Excel sheet. 1981, many of you not born. At the time I was doing this analysis, regression with the facet calculator. Remember that. With the facilities, if you are not performing for decision making, then you think how valuable you are at this young age to make to the world that you are an excellent engineer in your domain. He will explain to you what was the various challenges. The study that I am going to call, how many of you know the sustainability? Sustainability means protecting the nature, recycling. The entire medical accessories are non-sustainable. That's all the catheters, polyurethane. They are all non-biodegradable. Today, a lot of polythene studies are studied biodegradable. Energy conservation. India is still not yet recognized the problem. Anywhere in the Europe, anywhere in the Middle East, and anywhere in the US, if your product is not life cycle cost and sustainable, definitely you will be perishing. In nearest 10 years, those people who have recognized this issue will survive. One of the problem of sustainability is energy conservation. In Foundry, it will just suck. The electric motor will take 600 units. If 1 unit is increased, your wife will make noise in your house. 600 units every hour, imagine. And how much they will take the plug out, fuse out, saving 10%, 1% in energy, that too is a big task in Foundry. That sustainability problem was recognized and he did a good job. I would like you to see, even in hospital, this room is having air condition. You know how much power we are taking it. Now the entire world is after energy conservations. Entire world is after green world. I was in Dubai steel industry. I tell you, 15 years back he went from Kashmir. He started in industry. He was making daily for 40 lakhs. Daily 40 lakhs. Now he is incurring loss of 4 lakhs. Steel industry making cable. Now he calls how we can make a better decision making. Competition is high. How to make tenders. The entire infrastructure project cable tray we have to make it. That analysis, 2,500 products. 2,500 products. 259 bones are there. 262. How many bones in our body, sir? 252. Huh? 206. Okay, 206. So 2,500 products, which product? Only 1 to 4 machines are there. That is cutting machines. And these 4 machines will have different profit making. Which profit I should make it, where I should quote what, and which quotation will get me money. I am losing money here, where the entire analysis was done by me. It was there. That time only I was seeing how much importance they are giving to environmental science. Now we are giving in dyeing factories because Pollution Control Board and Electricity Board is very tough and court is also tough. Now we are giving zero liquid discharge importance. There again lot of analytical work was done in common effluent treatment plant. Foundry is with a lot of wastages. Medical science is with a lot of wastages, human wastages. How it is disposed. If it is not properly done, definitely hospital will be closed. Foundry will be closed. Sustainability is very important, and they have done business analysis in various areas. That it interested me, that wherever I am, I will come talk to them. I will invite him, then we'll have a quick presentation of his one case study. I wish you see for that 10 minutes, then we can, okay? Please, sir.
Sir, we will do it, sir. Don't ask data. Yes, our team was very good enough and they're dedicated enough to take the data and give it to us. And everybody are strong in Excel. This is one thing. Second thing is, yes, we were associated with QCFI. Sachidanand sir would have told you. They were the person who brought our team together, which is more important because ultimately everything is team. Second thing is, we are gifted to have Dr. Rajagopal sir with us. He has given a lot of insight to us. So because of these people, I am standing here. Okay, let's quickly go through our company's presentation because many of you doesn't know much about what COSO is all about. And here is the presentation about our COSO. Next, sorry. Okay, so Takashi Aikiya, he is our chairman and founder of this company, and his son Yuichi, who is the present president of our COSO group globally. Okay, this is our head office, which is located in Tokyo Central. And these are all the factories throughout the world. In Japan alone, we have around 7 factories. Rest of the world, there are 16 factories, where in Korea, we have 2, China, we have 3 or 4, and in India, we have 4 units. And in India, we have 5 units, US 2, UK, Oman, and the last acquired was the COSO Porpol, which is in Italy. So we are basically a valve company. As a backward integration, we have our own foundry here in Coimbatore. Okay. So this is our milestone. We were started in 2005, and then we have got all. And then the last one, 2021, we have the main thing which we have to see is we have produced somewhere around 279 Kaizens were implemented during the year 2021. This is because of the 5 years what we have followed. As he had told us, we are one of the best foundries, 5 years foundries in Coimbatore, and even in India we are the first foundry to get the 5 year certification. So with that, since we had all the 5 years practices, we are able to do lot of Kaizens. So we did somewhere around 270 Kaizens, and now as a part of 5 years implementation and then Lean Six Sigma practice, we are going to do 7 wastages. We know what are all the wastages. So we are going to lot of Kaizens on the wastages also. So this is our facts. And now we are located at the Coimbatore Annur location, and it's around 8 acres of facilities. And we have an installed capacity of somewhere around 3,000 metric tons, and our current is around 1,500 metric tons. We produce components from 1 kg to 3,000 kgs. And we produce, you ask any castings in steel, we produce those components. Okay, and we are globally, the COSO we are supplying. And apart from that, we are supplying to HMT, MMD, and valve works. So we have all the certifications, ISO, pressure, and then NORSA qualifications, IBR qualifications, NABL, marine certification, API qualification, and 5 years workplace management certification. So these are all the customers who have visited. Almost all the customers from Gulf have visited us, US have visited us, and we can see MMD has visited us. So as I told, we follow the ASTM standards. You name any castings, we produce here in our foundry, particularly on the steel side. have the sparking machine to find out the chemical composition of the seed steels and the PMI, and then we have all the testing facilities with us except the radiography facilities. Okay, so this is all about our foundry, and now we have around 5 presentations are there with us. 5 Six Sigma belts, totally 10 Six Sigma belts we are trying to qualify with this presentations. 3 input departments, which is the methods, molding and melting. So based on their inputs only, we are producing the castings. As Rajagopal sir clearly told us, it is like a baby birth. So until the baby has come out, we don't know what is there inside. So after that only we take the radiography, whether blowholes is there, crack is there, voids are there, anything we found out only after the casting has come out. So we have to wait for the castings. So that's why we call it foundry technology. It's not foundry engineering. There is no foundry engineering. This is called technology. So that's the specialty of the foundry process. So we have 3 input departments. Based on those 3 inputs only, the castings are going to come. And the analyzing department is the quality department, and as I told, energy, which is more important, which is the maintenance department. So all the 5 teams will be presenting it. Let us see those presentations. Thank you.
Sanjimurthy was associating. Please come, sir. Straight away we will go to the slides on sustainability and energy conservation.
Our project title is All Consumption Reduction in 350 kilowatt furnace. Our process area is melting, application, induction furnace, CTQ, unit sales per kg, output, sustainability, train concept, in-scope, optimization of charge material and sequence, number of hits, out-scope, external power cut, order question and variety of grades. Our project guide is Mr. Honorable Professor A. Rajagopal sir, and our project sponsor is Mr. A. Shivkumar sir. Team members myself P. Sanjukumar and my boss Mr. Satyamurthy sir. Business case, Koso is a wall casting manufacturer and mainly supplying castings to Koso Nasik. In foundry practice, melting is a very essential and cost-consuming activity. The overall power consumption for melting power consumption is over 60% of overall consumption and 8 to 10% of overall foundry expenses. Power cost will directly hit the foundry P&L. Based on the current data, our overall power consumption 690 units per ton of liquid metal. It will vary based on the input power and the crucible size. Our objective is, as per our consumption data, foundry practice, the induction furnace and the other utilities power consumption ratio is 60:40. So the induction furnace, the power consumption is the main area. So we are having the 3 set of induction furnace, 750 kilowatt furnace, which is having 1500 and 2000 kg crucible. 350 kilowatt induction furnace having 500 kg and 750 kg crucible. 175 kilowatt furnace having 100 and 300 kg crucible. As per our business requirement, we are running the 350 kilowatt furnace throughout the month, and based on the other 2 furnaces run by order booking. As per OEM statement, the melt rate is 1.8 kg per hour in 1 kilowatt power, but the actual melt rate is 1.3 kg per hour in 1 kilowatt power.
problem statement. We are taking the 350 kW furnace for analyzing. So now the overall average of 690 units per ton liquid metal. We are trying to reduce 3% of the power consumption. In scope, optimization, charge material and sequence, number of kits and breakdown of equipment. Out scope, external target, order process and variety of grades. Now we are seeing the cycle. It is started with sales and planning, patterns of molding, mold crossing, melting and ended with pouring department. Now we are seeing the process flow of melting department. The weekly and daily pouring plan is scheduled based on the daily pouring plan, scrap solution, prepare a charge pattern and melting process, bath and final samples inspection and ended with closing and pouring process. This CTQ3, our need is power consumption reduction, quality driver is unit saving per heat, performance requirement is classified into 4 ways, maintenance mainly, first one is maintenance activity, second one is operator activity, third one is process parameter and the final one is production parameter.
Good evening to all. Continuation to the CTQ3. We have collected the power consumption data for 500 kg and 750 kg furnace. In this, we have captured what is the furnace capacity, heat number, what is the grade, what is the total charge weight, and what is the units consumed for the particular heat, and what is the units per ton for the liquid metal and melted. These are the details normally we will cover for the furnace total charge. In this is the 750 kg furnace. We have 2 crucibles in this. Second crucible is 500 kg. For the 500 kg also we have covered all the details. This is the total data. So from that, based on the data, we are using the tools. What are the tools we have used? We have mentioned here in this process capability chart, matrix plot and factorial plot, counter plots are used and purpose and criteria also mentioned in this table. So we will see one by one. In this process capability, after getting the data, we have checked with the goodness to fit test. In this, we observed that minimum value of 0.686, that is the largest extreme value. Based on that, we have done the capability histogram in that LSL of 500 units and ESL of 800 units. After that, we have done the IMR chart. To determine the consecutive heats power performance, we have checked with the IMR chart. In this, we are continuously monitoring the heat by heat power consumption. In this moving range, only 2 heats exceeding the limits, that is mainly for the sintering heats. So after that, we did the matrix plot to check the relationship between the power consumption as well as charge weight, melting time and melt rate. So in this we clearly knows that the melt rate is increases, our power consumption will decrease, while less power melt rate we are getting the more power consumption. So after that we did that factorial plot, that is also interaction between the factors. That means power consumption and related to total melting time, total charge weight and melt rate. So in this, the same thing, same analysis we have done for the 750 kg furnaces also. Here also we came to know that melt rate is directly related with the power consumption. That melt rate is increases, our power consumption decrease and vice versa. After that, we did the contour plot. In this contour plot, we are getting the optimum value at nearly 76 minutes melting time and the melt rate of 1.53 and charge weight is 622. The same analysis we have done for 500 kg and as well as 750 kg. From this analysis, we have the observations that power consumption is directly related to melting time and melt rate. Based on the furnace capacity and input power, that charge weight, melting time will vary. That melting time inversely proportional to melt rate, and the melt rate increases, that power consumption will decrease. So in this 500 kg furnace, we are getting the optimum power of 622 units at the melt rate of 1.53 with a melting time of 76 minutes. And in some 50 kg furnace, we will get 675 units per ton at the melt rate of 1.43 with the melting time 110 minutes. So these are all the observations we have got from the analysis. After that, the melt rate is the main factor to influence the power consumption reduction. So to reduce the power to increase the melt rate, we have taken some actions. The actions are heavy melting scrap we have used instead of lightweight scrap, and short blasted returns are used for melting, and the raw material charging sequence modified to run the furnace at full power, and frequent grade change also minimized. These are all the actions we have checked with zero energy of efficiency. Those are the actions are verified with that, and they are also recommended. These are the actions. And this is the after improvement details. From this, we plotted the box plot. In this before implementations, that our Q1 value is 628 and the average value is 679 and the Q3 value is 735 kilowatt per hour. But after implementation of country actions, the Q1 value is 607 and the median is 617 and Q3 is 658 units kilowatt hour. So our conclusion is power consumption is directly related to melting time and melt rate. Power consumption is optimized with 650 to 660 units while operating 75 to 85 minutes of melting time in 500 kg furnace. So effective melt rate of 1.5 to 1.6 kg per hour is helped to reduce our power consumption. And as per analysis and the final output, we have saved nearly 30 units per ton from 690 to 660. And the overall cost saving is 2,59,200 rupees. Particularly in this furnace only, we are having 3 set of furnace, and we have taken the analysis only for the 500 kg and the 750 kg crucibles. So the same process parameters we have to implement in small furnaces and as well as the higher weight furnaces also. So this is our acknowledgement by our top management and our Professor A. Rajagopal sir, and this is our financial assessment done by our accounts. So our overall saving is nearly 2,59,000 rupees, and we have reduced the power consumption also. This is also green saving sustainability. Thank you.
To start with 2 lakh is a big amount. If you charge your registration fee 500 rupees, none of you will come. Why afternoon for statistics I should pay 500 rupees? Am I correct? So 2,50,000 is a good starting amount for 10%. And it is for one foundry, one machine. There are 7 machines like that. And it is accumulated. Well, thank you, Mr. Satyamurthy. I tell you, night 11 o'clock he asked me, sir, I want a clarification from you. Night 11 o'clock. Thank you. That passion is what I like. I tweak that lamp to shine. That's what I like. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I have a 5 minutes video. Invited speaker from Dr. Ilangovan from Bangladesh. Thank you so much for your visit, sir. And you can join around 7 o'clock for dinner. I know your patients are waiting. Thanks for patiently making us. Now, I will play that video, Dr. Ilangovan's invited speaking on data science from healthcare. He has sent from Bangladesh. It's only 5 minutes, huh? 5-7 minutes. From the streaming, he came forward. He saw the streaming and then he came forward. Immediately spoke for.
First of all, I thank Dr. Rajagopal for giving this opportunity to talk to all the young minds. Most of this work, what I am going to present today, has been done in KG Hospital. Hello everybody. Down. Hello everybody. Down. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Rajagopal for giving this opportunity to talk to all the young minds sitting here and watching this program. I also thank Dr. G. Bhaktavachalam, who has given the opportunity to work in his hospital, KG Hospital, and most of this work has been done in KG Hospital. So I'm going to share the experience I had working with Dr. Rajagopal and how we solved some of the problems we faced on a day-to-day basis. So decision support with data science in nephrology. I am Dr. Ilangovan Virappan. So how is data analytics and data science different from the standard medical analysis? It's that most people use something called hypothesis testing. Whereas in the presentation what you're going to see now, so we have used something called data science. So what is all this? So in hypothesis testing, we do something called null hypothesis. Here, we have a prior knowledge about relationship between dependent and independent variables. For example, if we presume that there is no relationship between platelet count and uremic toxin. So this is an example. So we use something like student T's test, sometimes non-parametric test, and then we try to refute this hypothesis. So when we refute this hypothesis, it means there is some relationship. So this is how the standard medical statistics work. But in data analytics, what we do is there is no presumption made. There is no prior knowledge needed to be. So we collect all the data we have, we discover variables which are neglected by most researchers. For example, in one of the studies we did, we found that the platelet count was a significant predictor of paracresol. So we used a completely different analysis. So this is called data analytics. So these are some of the four, I've given you 4 examples. These are real life examples which we have done it. So some of the complex questions which we cannot do with the normal null hypothesis. So we have done this. The first one is which is the best spot urine test to accurately estimate 24-hour salt intake in healthy individuals and people with kidney disease. We all know salt intake estimation is very important for many diseases. Salt mediated diseases are huge. Hypertension, kidney disease, heart disease. So what the whole world has been doing is a major blunder. That is, they randomly chose a fasting sample, after meal sample, and so different samples. But what we did different was we designed a method of collecting a baseline sample 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours after a meal, and then we found out using. So this is a loading plot what you're seeing, and then what we found out was the first hour sodium creatinine ratio has the best prediction. So this way even before we started the analysis, we knew which of the 8 different variables we used is going to be the most important in predicting. So this is an example of what we've seen. And so what we did is ultimately we made an equation, we named it KG Ramvira. So as you can see here, you can see next to the red line, you can see the dispersion is very narrow in our prediction equation, and it is quite steep. Whereas the most commonly available equations, Kawasaki and Tanaka, did not have this kind of accuracy. So it has a precision and has an accuracy, and with close to zero bias in estimating the correct value. So that is how data analytics helps you to come to a conclusion faster and easier, much more than other studies which have used more samples, longer study duration, more money was spent. So that's the power of data analytics. So next example is predictors of protein-bound uremic toxin using commonly available surrogate markers. So protein-bound uremic toxins have more damage on the physical and mental function of patients than the other urea and creatinine, the common toxin we all know of. So we wanted to come up with a prediction model which can predict these uremic toxins using common variables, because these toxins to measure directly is cumbersome and costly and not widely available. So this is what we did. So again, we did a street plot, and then we found out that a lot of variables are important. And then finally we narrowed down based on the loading plot that platelet count is very important for paclitaxel. So this is just an example here. The top one, the green color one, shows that the placebo group, and the more bluish one is the treatment group. And then we were able to show very clearly that platelet count was very useful in predicting paclitaxel at the end of 90 days. So a simple test which most people have neglected, we managed to use this platelet count along with few other variables in making a model where when otherwise if you have used a null hypothesis testing, we definitely would have missed this. So that's the power of data analytics. Again, this is an interesting study done by one of my colleague Harini along with Dr. Rajgopal. This is detecting urine culture positivity in pregnant women using urinary dipstick alone. So we all know urine culture has to be cultured on a plate, but then here mathematically using a simple dipstick, we found out that some of these variables which commonly people neglected, like specific gravity and pH, were a very powerful predictor of positive urine culture. So the variability of prediction in positive urine culture was narrowed down. About 75% was predicted just by urine specific gravity, pus cell, and pH. So this is extremely outstanding because otherwise we need to wait for a culture for minimum 24 to 48 hours. So this kind of exercise can be a cost saving and also saves a lot of time. And it's impossible with null hypothesis because we would have never even figured out that these common variables are so powerful in predicting. So again, finally, the last example I'm going to share with you is how mitigation of dialysis-induced adverse brain blood flow using data analytics. So what we did was, like we know that we've been working on cold dialysis and the effect of that on the blood flow in various organ systems, and we worked on the blood flow pattern in cool as well as standard dialysis. And here we found out that which variable to interfere or measure, because we cannot do all the measurement. With all this measurement, it's very cumbersome, it takes more than 30 minutes, and then we cannot use it for patient treatment. So what we found was pulsatility index was uniformly useful in all the vascular territory, left middle cerebral artery, right middle cerebral artery, and basilar artery. So if there is only one parameter that we need to measure, and then we need to follow patients, and that is going to be the pulsatility index. So all these are only possible with data analytics, and with the power of data analytics, we can, even with small sample size, large sample size, and with absolutely no domain knowledge, we can start working. And then, of course, we need domain knowledge to top on the findings we find, because we need to make sense of what we find. And so that's the power of data analytics in nephrology. So healthcare domain should use data analytics techniques more often to identify new independent variable for prediction. Better prediction comes with better accuracy and better precision, and leads to better prediction. Thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity. I also thank Dr. GB, Chairman of Foundry Hospital, Dr. Rajgopal, for my head ISA Komito, my colleague Dr. Ramsamy, and the DNB Fellows who work with us for many of these projects. Thank you. Have a great day.
He is seeing 600 patients in a day. In Bangladesh, the hospital is pure cure. And they have branches all over Middle East and Nepal also. I tell you, as a domain specialist, nephrologist, the 4 studies he has done, it is all well acknowledged in the American journals. Very important thing is, what we are told is very useful for people like us. How the filtration process of your kidney works. We should take only 5 grams per day, maximum, salt. You know, North Indian states are more than 8 grams. Urga Lama Utkumre, 10 grams. They all load on the kidney. Means the blood will get contaminated. The urea, the potassium, the creatinine, all this will be checked
and ultimately the death is due to heart failure. So how to know how much salt you are taking? That was the problem. You can take 24 hours of a urine collection and then do the analysis, then you will know how much is urea you have removed, and you can see what the content of your salt in the urine and how much you have taken salt. This we have simplified. There were some intellectual property rights in America, but they have done with too many complicated equations, and we developed a simple equation which is going for intellectual property rights. How to predict from morning sample itself what is your 24 hours intake of salt. That was history. And only statistical analysis helped. The way he touched the hypothesis testing, you know, when your urine is not properly cleaned, it gets toxic. It gets toxicated. That is parasulfate. Toxin is like you use it for pesticides. The toxin is getting into your blood, which is getting into your heart. Slowly your heart efficiency will come down, and kidney, even though you are not a dialysis patient, this will give a trouble. So the cardiac thoracic vascular risk is being studied here. How the toxin will get into the blood. Can we find out a method of predicting it? Can we find out an interventional method of curing it? Can we find out predicting it so that the risk to the life is reduced and the life is increased? At least you know how much kidney patients will, chronic kidney patients and the dialysis. See how I am able to talk. I am not saying anything. It is only due to statistical analysis I am able to tell. I am not in the domain at all. You can understand that how the peak result sulfate can be reduced by controlling your platelet. The platelet is something hematological parameter, and platelet and peak result are two different things. And that was not studied by nephrologists at all. When we found it, it was published in another paper. Then we quoted it, then we developed a break-even point. What is the normal range for precursor in the blood? That was found. That's what you were saying. Then during the dialysis, you know the temperature will increase, the blood temperature will increase because it is circulating. It is going through the machine and then temperature will increase. Our body temperature is 36 degrees. If it increases 0.5, you will feel problem. 4 hours under dialysis, you see the patient. After 6 dialysis, you will find that their quality of living is affected. If you reduce 1 degree during the dialysis, how much blood flow can be? That was the study, the cool. That is actually the study by physics, mechanical engineering of contact of heat exchanges that is taking place. Whether we can reduce half degree. That was the study that he was mentioning. Another was for any woman that goes to antenatal care, they will be checked first for urine test. Then immediately any infections, because they are vulnerable for infections, the pregnant woman. These infections, whether it can be culture test. There are 6 types of bacteria attacking, and definitely when the organs are not properly kept clean, excreta organs, definitely they are susceptible to disease. Antenatal woman, a pregnant woman susceptible to this will be a costly thing. Everybody will be expecting a baby, but you are getting infections. So how to make these urinary tract infections predicted for simple urine test? Just take morning test and then tell what is the risk. Because culture test will take 48 hours. Ordinary hospital will charge, government hospital will charge maybe free. But some hospital will charge 1,000 rupees, 1,500 rupees. For a pregnant woman, when government is giving a lot of relief, this 1,500 rupees is a big amount. By simple urine test you can do it. That is what he has done. You can imagine a doctor spending time to research activities at this peak hours of his practice. So don't say you don't have time. I used to ask when people from abroad are able to contribute to the subject,
When we have variety of cases and volume of cases, we can contribute better. That's why I asked him, just recall what you can do. Afternoon 12 o'clock I told him, 4 o'clock he documented and made it. You want, I will show you when I asked for his case studies. Do you understand what I am trying to say? So you can do still better. And we have 4 more case studies. 4 from Kosovo. We will listen to all the 4. And if you are interested, I will give one more study. That study is about, you know, how many of you know the inverted triangle? 1975 to 1995. Don't produce child. More than 1 child, more than 2 child. People were advised against population increase. Do you recall? Maybe grey hairs will recall. Now 2005 to 2015, what is the problem? Everywhere there is fertility centers. They call it infertility. I call it challenged infertility. So we worked with several gynecologists and we found that when polycystic ovary syndrome is involved in girls, 20 to 25, childbearing reproductive age, if they do not get, the Indian sentiments is very high. You don't, WHO says, you don't get a motherhood after 12 months of your married life with your intimacy of unprotected intercourses, definitely you should become a parent. If it is not done, WHO say you are infertile. This is the definition of WHO. But then, for a polycystic ovary syndrome with irregular menstruation cycles, how to make these people predicted whether they will conceive or not. That model was done with the reliability model. It was published in the Royal College of Medical Science. And last year I made it in the World Congress. What I am trying to tell you, I am not from that domain, I am not from textile domain, but the analytical thoughts definitely helps. I can show that case study if you have time. Otherwise I will share in the YouTube. Now we will go through the 4 case studies. We have 6 o'clock now, around 6, which is 6 o'clock now? Yes. It will take 10 minutes, 40 minutes for all the 4 case studies. Then remaining 20 minutes for honoring our presenters with certificates, and this paper will be given cash awards as per the judgment of the 2 veterans here. Now we will go ahead with the next paper. Can you, who is the next one you have made? Please come. Shukumar and yourself and please come. So I should tell a few words about him. Class எடுக்கும்போது நோட்ஸ் பிள்ளையார் எழுதுற மாதிரி எழுதிட்டே இருப்பார். ஒப்படியே எடுத்து 2 பேரும் அப்போ வந்து ஒரே போர் அடிக்கும். Why to take notes? But now after doing this I find they have done a good job. Thickness. Dr. Balakrishnan was talking thickness of skin. They are talking thickness of the valve, rib. You see how the thickness is giving a trouble in the final stage. It's very interesting study. 10 to 15 minutes. I have already taken a lot of time. Yes. Because you are in competition. Okay, good evening to all. Our project is maintain the uniform rib thickness in yoke casting. This is one of the component of the actuator assembly. And the application is valve assembly. Critical to quality is rib thickness. And in scope is maintaining the rib thickness. Project lead is our Raghavan sir and sponsor is our GM A. Sivakumar sir. And myself Sivakumar and Vinod Kumar are the team members of this project. Thickness case. Valve component. This valve component has 2 assemblies and valve body assembly and the actuator assembly. Valve body assembly consists of body, bonnet and trims, and actuator assembly has actuator, packing, accessories and this yoke component also. This yoke casting is the main part of the actuator.
The yoke is used to connecting the actuator assembly and ball body assembly. Generally in yoke, inner ribs are found in center. It is used as coupling to connect the ball stem and the actuator stem. The rib is the main part and it is called the actuator stem. The design input is all given by customer, that is our captive Foundry, and this is the course of NOSIC, and it contains specification, drawings and functional requirements. Development of the yoke castings are verified at course of Coimbatore and validated at course of NOSIC with their observations. And if the observations are found any deviations, and they will send the customer complaints as a customer complaints. We are producing about 1,000 to 1,500 numbers yokes per annum. One of the main observations is excess material was found at the rib thickness, which is affected the assembly state. In assembly state, dimensions are given separately with the photographs. 60% of the yoke castings have the chronic issue, that is excess material at the rib surface. This is the picture images. It shown the yoke castings, and second image is valve assembly and actuator assembly, and that is June review. It shows the rib part. This is the rib part actually. This is the customer drawing. We will say it as a casting drawing, and it shows all the dimension, and it shows the rib thickness also. Rib thickness is 9.5 ounce, it is required, and we noted a lower specification limit and upper specification limit. The problem statement is reducing the customer complaints on yoke and saving the rework cost. At the beginning, we have identified the location points where we have to measure the dimensions. L10, L90, R10, R150. Those are all the location points where we measure the values. And then we have identified the factors and response. 4 factors we have identified. Those are our main factors, and we have noted it as pattern, mold, tapping temperature and pouring temperature. Those are the 4 factors, and on response is the casting. Casting, we have measured the rib thickness. The unit of measurements are also mentioned, and lower specification limit, upper specification limit for all the factors we have mentioned here. Sample sizes are 10. This is the dimensions we have measured with the 2 inspectors and with the 4 locations in 10 number of sample sizes. So totally 80 measured values are noted here, and the data available in this data sheet. After that, statistical tools used for the analysis and control, and those are our gauge linearity and bias, and matrix plot, regression, nested ANOVA, one-way ANOVA, and those are the statistical tools we have used to analyze the rib thickness, and the details of the analysis, and our Vinod will explain.
Thank you, sir. Here we are using the 6 statistical tools: gauge linearity, matrix, regression, nested ANOVA, one-way ANOVA. These tools are mainly used to analyze in the 4 factors: pattern, mold, tapping temperature, pouring temperature, and casting. The 4 factors with the response was noted. First, the gauge linearity bias. The first one, the deviation between the casting measured dimension, that was the specification given by the customer to the dimension measured in actual casting, final casting with thickness first measured. Then in the analysis, the bias was following 37.5% with the deviations of 0.3 mm. That was as per the specification of casting dimension, drawing dimension to the final casting, there was the deviations found. First point I noted with the gauge linearity and bias tool. And the regression analysis, here the tool used for the final casting measured versus the dimension measured in mold. Here the R square value was predicted. The regression analysis, the fitted line plot clearly shows that the dimension measured in mold versus the dimension measured in casting. That was the minimum, the casting dimension, mold dimension depth thickness will increase the same way the dimension measured in casting will be increased. And the dimension measured in mold thickness is decreases, the casting dimension, the casting thickness will decreases. Mainly the fitted line plot shows that. And the same way the dimension measured in casting versus that we checked with the inspector, two inspector and locations. Here with the two inspectors there is no significant defect, but in the locations there is found major fault. That was we have concluded that the final measured casting dimension versus the location found all the means are not equal. That shows L10 and L90 and R10, R150, the means are not equal. So decided as the four locations are non-linearly founded. The same way the dimension measured, final casting dimension measured versus the pouring temperature, tapping temperature and location. Here also the pouring temperature and the tapping temperature not found significant, but locations here also found 75% of 75%. Hence we concluded that the locations was not linear. The rib location, rib thickness was not found linearly. The same way the dimension measured in mode versus the dimension location, the measured in mode versus the location. Here also the same mean was found that the L10 and L90, R10 and R150, the locations are not equal. That's why our observation was that the thickness maintained in pattern was uniform, but the mold location L10, L90 and R10, R150 found variations in mold, but in pattern the uniform thickness was maintained. And the rib thickness L10 and R10 locations found higher thickness. The same will found in the casting also. The rib thickness in L90 location and R150 location found mold in less thickness. The same was found out in the casting, final casting thickness. In L90, L10 and R10 found 9.4 mm average, and L90 and R150 found 9 mm average. Here the conclusion was that after that our conclusion was that rib thickness increases or decreases with respect to mold. Main thing was our project mainly found that different locations, for the four locations, the same variations. What are the where the difference found in mold, the same will occur in the final castings measured. So hence the pattern L10 and here finally conclude that L10 and R10 location the rib thickness will reduce to 0.3 mm and take a trial to maintain uniform rib thickness in final castings. Thank you, sir. The trial was not taken because of the items was not poured because of purchase order. Hence, next purchase order, we was take the trial and maintain the uniform rib thickness in the castings. This is how the acknowledgement of our. Thank you. Thank you.
This study was given in the International Forum of Statistical Analysis also. It was accepted as one of the good papers. The conclusion was which location to attend. Which location to attend. Among several, see, if I ask you where is the pain? Somebody was asking where is Chamber Tower? I asked the fact, where are you? Then he will tell the position that I don't know. So this spotting is becoming a challenge. For that, the analysis, the nested classification, nested analysis that he has done, have given where exactly we should touch. It's very important. Even in even in games that you need to touch where exactly. Interventional, that spotting study, this sort of analysis will help a lot. Thank you so much, sir. We have 3 more case studies. Who is the next, sir? Please come. This study is a very interesting study. 10 times we have reviewed which action will help, because this action or that action, choosing the alternatives of action, that was the interesting work. Jawahar and Shivakumar together did this study, because all these areas are unknown, uncontrollable. You try to make it known, controllable. They have tried it. Let us see.
Good evening to all. We are coming from Coastal India. Our project title is Selection of Silica Sand AFS number Pipes and Cores conduct to get constant compressive strength of mold. Product Silica Sand Application Molding CTQ Compression Strength. In scope sand parameters, out scope supply. Project head Mr. A. Rajagopalan sir. Project sponsor A. Sivakumaran sir, our GM. Team members, myself Sivakumar, my colleagues Jawahar. Yes. Our business case. Silica sand is a basic raw material for mold making in Foundry. Silica sand is specific AFS number, pipes and cores. Percentage will play a major role of strength of mold. AFS number 35 to 45, cores 80% max, and pipes 3.5% max. There is a mold compressive strength variation when range goes up or down. The compressive strength increase, crack percentage will increase in the casting. If compressive strength decrease, inclusion percentage will increase the casting. Crack inclusion defects will affect the quality of castings. In turn, it will increase casting lead time and will affect delivery. The challenge is the incoming sand parameters which are not constant and after receiving. Sieving of sand with a different type of mess to get constant sand parameters. So before loading into the silo, sand parameters are checked and ensured as per our specification. Deconfirmation of sand parameters are checked before mold making with established resin and sand armor. This is reviewed in the studies. Problem statement. Compressive strength variation leads the plastic surface defects like inclusion and cracks. Variation in the compressive strength affect mold hardness, core hardness, mold permeability and gas evolution. In scope, optimizing of sand parameters by in the process sand sieving method and making our top compression strength specimen with existing process and machines. Out scope, sand parameter varies with supplier. This is supplier input, process, output, customer. We start from sand supplier to end molding. This is process process. Receipt of sand testing, not okay, rejected, okay, storage to sand yard, sieving sand, loading of sand silo, mixing sand, specimen, checking specimen, compression and recording. This is a CTQ. Needed compression, quality guides, sand parameters, sand mixing, ramming. This is performance of requirements. Thank you. Balance continue.
We have collected data for 1 month and we are checking compression strength for 3 times. First one is first hour and 4th hour and 24th hour. The 1 month data shown in table. These are all the statistical tools which are used for our project. Probability plot, matrix plot, process capability, scatter plot, control chart, X bar, MR chart, 1 one-way ANOVA. And this is our probability chart. Probability chart is used to find data are normally distributed or not, and also to find p-value. This is by this graph we have identified that our data was normally distributed. By process capability chart analysis, we can find how much ppm we are in our process. By this process capability analysis, we have found that around 7 lakh ppm. Similarly, we can do this for first hour, 4th hour and 24th hour compressive strength. We have done a matrix plot for identifying the relationship between compressive strength with AFS, force and fines. In this, we didn't find any relationship between compressive strength, AFS and fines. We used a scatter plot for identifying the correlation between compressive strength, AFS, fines and force. Similarly, we did for first hour, 4th hour and 24th hour. These are all the graphs plotted for first hour. This one was 4th hour. This one was 24th hour. We did a X bar MR chart to determine the process is in control or not. By this, we did for three compressive strength hours, first hour, 4th hour and 24th hour. By this, we have concluded that the compressive strength is in control but not in consistent manner. We have used a one-way ANOVA to identify hypothesis. Hypothesis means are equal or not. By this, we have identified the first hour strength mean and 4th hour strength mean and 24th hour strength hypothesis means. By this, above all the results, AFS fines scores alone will not have any impact in compressive strength. Look for other causes to improve compressive strength. There may be various factors affecting compressive strength. By next phase of project, we will see the other factors affecting compressive strength. Thank you.
The resin dosage is variable or constantly?
Sir, resin percentage constant, sir.
So if fines increases, definitely compressive strength will decrease because fines have more surface area, it will take more resin.
Sir, right, sir, but the data which
how many samples you have taken?
Sir, per day வந்து 6 samples போடுவோம் சார். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஹவர் 2 சாம்பிள், 4th hour 2 சாம்பிள், 24th hour 2 சாம்பிள் செக் பண்ணுவோம் சார். அதுல வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு சாம்பிள் போடுறது 6 சாம்பிளுக்கு ஒரே டை தான். ஒரே டைல தான் இருக்கும். ஒரே AFS, ஒரே ஃபைன்ஸ், ஒரே கோர்ஸ் தான் இருக்கும். பட் என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா சாம்பிள் டு சாம்பிள் வேரியேஷனே வருது.
So to verify that sample to sample variation, you need to weigh the samples.
Sir, yes sir. Weight difference does not give any big impact, sir. இப்போ சாம்பிள் சைஸ் சாம்பிளோட வெயிட் வந்து 153 கிராம் இருக்கு அப்படின்னு வச்சுட்டீங்கன்னு வைங்க, அதுக்கு 20 வரும். 4th hourல பாத்தீங்கன்னா 20 வரும். அதே 153 கிராம் இருக்கிறது பாத்தீங்கன்னா 14 வரும். அதனால எங்க லாக் ஆகுறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது தெரியல இன்னும். அடுத்த இன்னும் ஃபர்தர் அனாலிசிஸ்ல இது பண்ணணும் சார்.
Okay, the weight definitely will
weight difference வரதுல சார். weight difference-க்கும் டேட்டா எடுத்து பார்த்தோம். இந்த ஃபேஸ்ல weight difference-க்கும் டேட்டா எடுத்துறோம். பட் வந்து இன்னும் ஸ்டில் வந்து கன்க்ளூட் பண்ண முடியல. weight difference-னால தான் compressive strength variation வருதா அப்படினு கன்க்ளூட் பண்ண முடியல சார்.
Very good. One more input, sir. If you are checking that AFS value, in receiving stage, right?
Sir, receiving stage, sir, first time வந்து சப்ளையர்ட்ட இருந்து லோட் வரும்போது ஒரு டைம் செக் பண்ணுவோம் சார். அதுக்கு அப்புறம் சீவர்ல போட்டு சீவ் பண்ணி எடுக்க ஒரு டைம், அதுக்கு அப்புறம் பிஃபோர் மோல்ட் மேக்கிங் ஒரு டைம், 3 டைம் செக் பண்ணுவோம்.
சைன் அவுட் இருந்து
வரும்போது செக் பண்றோம். மெஷின் அவுட்புட்டும் செக் பண்றோம் சார்.
ஏனா செக்ரிகேஷன் ஆகும் சார்.
எல்லா அவுட்புட் செக் பண்ணுவோம். மெஷின் அவுட்புட் செக் பண்றோம் சார் டெய்லி. குட். ஓகே சார். थैंक यू. அவர் வந்து என்னோட எக்ஸ் பாஸ் சார்.
Thank you so much, Jafar and Shivkumar. See, always this problem comes. What data shows and what theory shows. So conceptually it is not acceptable. but data is showing like this. Sometimes it is happening everywhere. I tell you why it happens. It is a patient data, it is an observed data, it is a cross-functional data, accuracy, measurements, everything has been verified. Now if you find that it is not acceptable for two reasons, physical law, definitely it will ask, is there any law behind it? If it is a perfect fit, definitely we don't know what is the law. It will ask for what is the science behind it. That is number one. Number two, I will find in a set of readings there will be outlier. The outlier analysis is never done. Regression is also an average. On an average, what is the estimate? It doesn't take individual readings. In the non-conformance, we take individual reading. Otherwise, it is taken on an average what it is. The deviations that it is taking, an observation that is coming as an outlier. Suddenly your BP increases, suddenly your weight increases, suddenly you feel vomiting. When this happens outlier, that requires a lot of investigations. So we always see where is the outlier before going for action plan. Then that outlier may require. In the school also you will have an outlier. Some slow learning student will be there. Some very good student will be there. These two outliers will be there. Below 25% will be there, above 95% will be there. But you can't make a syllabus and teaching plan based on that. These outliers, how to handle. This is where your analytical method comes. There is a method for outlier analysis that is done by Mahalanobis, D-square methods of distancing, which is now much used in image processing. In all the three-dimensional images of X-rays of industrial products, we use this image processing and artificial intelligence and machine learning, where this discriminant analysis are carried out. We have two more papers. Thanks, Jawahar, and thanks for your interaction, sir. It was nice, not because you are a boss, but it's a subject. Because science doesn't recognize boss or student. We will go to the next paper. Please come, sir. Two papers are there. Don't think quality is last, huh? Quality is first. Profit is next. He is the quality general manager. I tell you, he was, but for him this function didn't have happened. I tell you, give a big clap to him. We are here with the dinner, that in another half an hour we'll have dinner. It is because of their communication and Satyamurthi's communication, and it was going like to and fro. Every minute we were on in these 3 days. Am I correct, sir? Thank you very much. And their study is about low pressure class body castings. It was involving a lot of, when I use the word optimization, I am very careful. There should be two functions may be going in opposite directions. If you give the salt, hypertension will go. So when you are having two opposing things, how to make an optimization, only analytics can give. Sometimes antibiotics will give this side effect, that effect. How to go with a proper planning, this optimization work that he has done. I think he took 6 months, continuously. Thank you, sir.
Good evening to all. We are coming from Coastal India Private Limited. My name is Satish and is Robinson, sir. And our project title is Elimination of Crack in Low Carbon Steels, WCB material, 8 inch and above. I think low class thickness, 150 and 300 class thickness body. Our product is low pressure class body castings, and application is valve assembly and CTQ process parameters. In scope is optimization of the process parameters, and our scope is customer design. And our project guide, Professor A. Rajagopal sir, and our project sponsor A. Sivakumaran sir, and our team members, myself, I think Benny Rajesh and Robinson sir. And business case, Post India Private Limited is a captive foundry supplying pressure and non-pressure parts in various steels like carbon, low-light, stainless steel, duplex, austenitic. As per customer specification and standard requirements, these standards are included in national or international standards like ASTM, JAS, and EN, ISO. In the period March 21 to August 21, welding electrode consumption for WCB material. WCB actually it is a low carbon steel material. During welding work, 1437 kg from total welding electrode consumption for all material casting welding work is 5346 kg. In this WCB material alone contribute 27% of the reworks. The electrode consumption with respect to the defect wise, crack defect contributes 624 kg out of overall welding consumption of 1437 kg, that is 43% overall consumption. And our cost of welding electrode for crack defect rework is 79,000 out of overall welding electrode cost is 1,82,000, 43% contribution. Then casting defects are classified into several types like gas, shrinkage, and RTS, cracks, inclusions, etc. And this is our business case. In this, defects, cut, tears and cracks are not accepted in any case because customer doesn't accept these types of defects. Inclusions and gas holes, like those defects are accepted. During post-production, crack is noticed in low pressure body castings. If crack noticed in surface, it will be identified during first stage inspection. Then during second stage, we identify the crack with the MPI test, that means magnetic particle testing. Then overall welding electrode consumption in an average of 8.97 per kg, 8.97 kg per ton, in which WCB material alone contributes 7.21 kg. Other materials consume very less electrodes only. This cost is not only affect the sales turnover and also affects the customer satisfaction and quality. And cost of poor quality also increased due to this crack issue. And our project objective. Our project objective is during the period of March 21 to August 21, the welding electrode consumption is 1437 kg from total welding electrode consumption 5346 kg is consumption cost is 2,71,000 and the 5 electrode cost is 2,22,000. And our problem statement, average welding electrode consumption in WCB material for the period was 7.21 kg, and our in-scope optimization of the process parameters in methoding, melting from the existing level, and our out-scope is customer design because customer doesn't change the design of the product. Then it will be concluded by Thomas.
Thank you, Satish. So this is a process map. So it's explained about the whole process sequence of our production activities. It starts from weekly and daily planning. And one side is melting activities, another side is the mold making activities. Pattern inspection, release for the production, and mold and core making, closing and pouring. Subsequently, the parallel melting activities will take place based on the daily production plan, scrap and lace charge calculations, and melting the process and box and laminations. Once the molded material is ready, the we are pouring the metal on the closed post. After that, mold curing time, knockout, then decuring, and sandblasting and gasketing. The highlighted points are our inspection area. We are carrying out the visual inspection in the first stage. During the visual inspection, surface cracks are noticed. After that, heat treatment. After that, heat move the gas to the heat treatment, sandblasting. This is the second stage. In the second stage, again we are doing the visual inspection. After heat treatment, if any surface cracks are noticed or not, then we are moving for the cosmetic welding repair and the MPA. In the MPA and radiography test, we are identifying the subsurface defects. This is our process now. This is a SIPAC. SIPAC related to the fettling, molding, melting, fettling, and the non-destructive testing and fettling. These are the areas. What are the input, what are the process, what is the output, what is the customer. These are the details which are explained in the SIPAC. This is a CTQ tree. CTQ trees needs quality drives, performance requirements, performance targets. In the CTQ quality is critical to quality tree, we are identifying the 4 factors. One is the radius, junction radius, another one is the element of chemistry, third one is the insufficient core hollow, and fourth one is the temperature, the tapping temperature. These are the 4 factors we have considered. So this is the measured data. Last 6 months, from March 21 to August 21, we are collecting the data. Total dispatch is weight is average 99.36. In this total dispatch, what is the WC material we have dispatched? From this percentage contribution for each month. This is the welding electrode consumption. We are narrowed the weld rework on the castings, different type of defects like gas hole, inclusions, crack, shrinkages, and other defects. With this, total welding electrode consumption for the 6 months period is 5,346. This is the 5,346 put together all the different type of the material grades. For WCB above, we are 1,437 kgs we are consuming the electrodes. So the total electrode cost is 1,82,554. This is the type of defect. We are classified the welding electrode consumption with respect to the crack. In this, the crack is the contribution highest percentage. Crack 624 kg and the contribution is 43%. That's why we have selected the defect crack. This is the cost of poor quality before we are taking the trial. 3,487 is the cost of poor quality for this item before taking the trial. These are the statistical tools which are used. Pareto we are used for the categories of to identify the potential root cause of this problem, and normal test to identify the p-value of great p-value of the p-value, and matrix plot to identify the relations between the rod consumption and the alloy chemistry, and multiple regression with the minimum and maximums to significantly alloy identification with the minimum and maximum consumptions. And factorial interaction plants, we identify the main effect of the alloy average. And control plant, we are identify the decide the optimization of level of the alloy elements to minimize the rod consumption. And override control plant to visually identify an area which predicted meets one or more response variable in the accepted range. These are the statistical tools which are used for this project. The Pareto analysis. From this Pareto analysis, this defect is crack is the contribution highest percentage, that is a 43%. So we are taking a trial for a crack. In this crack, we are go with the contribution. Which component is having the highest crack contribution? In this body trims, bonnet are our component, wall components. In this body is contribution highest part. In this body, we have a different pressure classes, 150, 300, 600, 900, 1000, different pressure classes there. In this 150 to 300 pressure class bodies contribute the highest percentage. This is the normal test to identify the p-value. This is a matrix plot to identify the with respect to the rod consumption, with respect to the alloy elements. Alloy elements, we are here identify chromium, nickel and moly. This is the multiple regression plot to plotting for the maximum and also minimum quantity. This is the maximum. This is the minimum value. The factorial plus to verify the difference between the alloys. For example, silicon percentage is low, the rod consumption is high, and nickel percentage is low, rod consumption is high, and moly consumption is low, moly consumption is high, the rod consumption is low. These are the factors we are identifying through the factorial plots. This is a contour plot to identify the electrode consumption. For example, if you want to achieve the 50 number of electrode, what is the range, elements range which we have to identify? From this contour plot, we have to identify the range of the elements. And overall plot, from this overall plot, we have concluded that silicon minimum 0.45 and maximum 0.55, moly maximum 0.08, nickel 0.0, minimum 0.05 and maximum 0.07. With this, we are carried out the trials. This is the cost of poor quality after. That means rupees 2,465. After taking the trial, our cost of poor quality is 2,465. This is the conclusion of final financial assessment. Before taking the trial, cost of poor quality for this body is rupees 3,487. After taking the trial, the cost of poor quality is 2,465. With this, the direct selling cost is 1,022. On average, we are manufacturing the WC material in 40 tons. Our monthly cost saving is 40,880, and per annum cost saving is 4,90,560. This is the other benefits. Tangible benefits are cost saving with the help of reduction of cost of poor quality, improve the production volume, reduce the work quantity, and intangible benefits are on-time delivery improve the customer satisfaction rating, reduce the power cost, resource saving with the help of silica sand, water and power, and increase the profit ratio. Then based on the further trials, now we are carrying out the trial for the 8-inch 150 body alloy, further 10-inch 150, 10-inch 300, 12-inch 150, 12-inch 300. If you carry out the trial in all the type of low pressure body casting, based on the outcome of the result, we are modifying our control plan. This is the financial assessment. So direct cost saving is 4,90,560 per annum. And there is a management acknowledgement and also our guide acknowledgement. Thank you very much. Thanks for all.
So it was a very sincere effort. It's not the money, it is a passion. The management at the end said it is a passion. That's how they solve the problem. See, I have one important thing. People who are working in this line of, I will call it continual improvement, breakthrough, studying the research, who are just alumni of that studied earlier. I have many of them. I have one Dr. Gandhi. I need to call it because he was very, come quickly. He was very meticulously, sorry for telling, in the beginning in 2005-07, writing in English was difficult. To make his MTech PhD and then making the analysis, writing it. He was in Agriculture University, he was in Bharat University. And his analytical things brought him that he got a very good job at this young age. I congratulate him. He wanted to come and say, sir, I have got a good job in United Arab, $55,000 AED. It is somewhere around $14,500 a month. Can you imagine? Dollar, today dollar is 75 rupees. Now it is going 80 rupees. All facilities, car, quarters. He started with a small, so let us work, that's all. Results, we leave it to God. Results have come. That's what we say. Put your effort, results will come. Congratulations. He wanted to come and attend this and then he wanted to take and wish him well. So much of facilities given. Coming back to his house, holidays is given by flight. Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. He did his, and his guru is also here, Dr. Suresh. He was the Vice Chancellor candidate for Bharat University. Because of so many reasons, he held the post for a small duration by the governor. Please, sir, let them have a look. He was gifted to have nice. We will go to the next study. Please come to the last one. Everywhere the problem is cost. At the end, cost. What is the cost of conducting this seminar? Immediately we have to work out the budget, no? So how much is the cost for the LED? 4,000 rupees. So is it required? You have to decide because it is streaming. Cost cost reduction is a big problem. I am doing one study. I am not telling what exactly it is. It is about a fast-moving, perishable Krishna Sweets products. Perishable. They have about 70 branches. How to optimize the cost? How to expand the business? In this perishable thing, I will tell about that little later. Maybe in my next, I will ask the managing director to speak how it helped me. This study of melting, with that we are closing. Then we will have an acknowledgement of giving certificates to them. 7 o'clock we will have a dinner as scheduled. Please, sir.
Good evening to all. Our project title is Reduction of Melting Gas in Low Carbon Steels. Product Low Carbon Steel WCB, WCC. Application is melting process, CTQ, melting gas in scope. Maintaining the nickel percentage out scope. Melting raw material gas, project gate. Professor here, Rajagopal sir, project sponsor, A.S. Sivapuran sir, team members, myself, R. Saurabh, my colleague Satish Kumar. Business case. Steel casting are generally used for valve components in various applications. These valves are including the body, bonnet and imports. We are producing an average 1,200 metric ton of casting per annum in various types of steel grades. Carbon steel, alloy, stainless steel, duplex, super duplex and nickel based alloys. The valves are used ONG and power sectors. Power sector application. The maximum tonnage of casting produced in carbon steel in a year. Approximately 50% of casting produced in carbon steel. In this 20% of carbon steel grades required in impact test. The carbon steels are as per ASTM 216 for grade WCB and WCC. ASTM A352 for LCC and LCB. The following tests are required for fulfill the material standard: chemical, tensile, impact and hardness test. Impact tests are conducted from room temperature 0 degrees Celsius and minus 29 degrees Celsius with acceptance area 27 joules. But the impact test depends on the application temperature of the valve and the customer purchase order. To achieve the lower temperature impact test, we are adding the nickel as an alloying element as per standard ASTM A216. The maximum nickel is 0.5%. We supply in the carbon steel grades WCB, WCC normalizing heat treatment condition. So the addition of nickel is mandatory to improve the toughness of the grades. Nowadays the melting raw material cost increasing on an average 10 to 20%. The project aim is to minimize the nickel percentage in low alloy carbon steels WCB and WCC. Every 10% it is accepted to reduce cost by 1.5 rupees per kg, which will result in saving rupees 1,80,000 per annum. Objective: reducing the melting cost in carbon steel by minimizing the addition of nickel percentage WCB and WCC and increase the profit. Problem statement: reducing the cost by optimizing nickel percentage without affecting from impact strength as per standard. In scope: stabilizing the melting cost, low temperature carbon steel by minimizing the minimum nickel percentage in melting process. Out scope: raw material cost for melting. Outside work: starting with MS scrap and ferroalloys, ending with clear for dispatch casting with acceptable result. Or process flow chart: give melting process and impact test are key factors. Or CTQ needs melting cost reduction, quality drives, impact below 0
0 degree Celsius to minus 29 degree Celsius. Performance academics of that. So this is it.
Good evening to all. Here is the melting raw material cost for carbon steel. Actually, what are the raw materials used for melting a carbon steel? Like aluminum, charge phosphorus, calcium silicate and silicon, MS scrap. In this, the nickel cost is higher when compared with other raw materials. So we have taken nickel for our analysis purpose. Actually, these data are collected on 2020. Now the actual nickel cost is more than 3,580. So it will save major cost for carbon steel. This is our data collection for 2020. We have collected the data for Jan 2020 to December 2020. Actually, we have to maintain this composition for carbon steels as per material standard. Carbon, manganese, there are limits for each and every composition. In this, we are focusing nickel and impact strength, because based on the nickel percentage only, that impact strength will vary. Impact strength tested, per kg 3 samples are tested, and that average will be taken for certifying the values. Then what are the statistical tools used in this project? Like Pareto analysis, capability analysis, matrix plot, polynomial regression analysis, Peter line plots, time weighted charts, summary plot and control charts. These are melting raw material cost comparisons. In this, 69.2% contribution for melting cost is nickel. This is our probability analysis. During our probability analysis, we identified that the p-value is less than 0.05, so slightly significant. And also the percentage of nickel varied from 0.1 to 0.35, not stabilized. During matrix plot analysis, we identified that if the nickel percentage is more than 0.3, then the impact strength drastically reduced. And polynomial regression analysis, it is used to identify the relationship between these independent and dependent variables. Here is our independent variable is impact nickel percentage, and dependent variable is impact strength. Based on nickel percentage only, impact will vary. And the Peter line plots are used to identify the R-square value, that is coefficient of coefficient, that the R-square will be higher, then the result will be good. And also Peter line plots are used to predict the nickel percentage based on the actual impact strength, so that we can fix the limit for nickel for cost reduction. This is our EWMA chart, exponentially weighted moving average chart. It is used to identify the moving average of nickel percentage. It will detect small shift in process mean, so we can identify easily that nickel percentage where it is varied. These data are collected after our project implementation for the year 2021. Totally 30 weeks are taken for further analysis, and that we have maintained the nickel 0.1% less than our existing limit. Then we have monitored the impact test. We have tested the impact and found the values are above 27 joules. That is the average impact required as per customer requirements. And again, we have done all the analysis like probability analysis and found the p-values more than 0.05. And the bell curve form based on our actual data. This is our regression analysis. R-square value actually before this project is 25%. Now the percentage is 45.4. So based on this project, we have minimized the nickel and also standardized, and we have saved 1.8 lakhs per annum. But it will vary based on the average orders position. If the orders we are getting more, then our profit also more. This is our prediction, impacts in predicted formula. This is after implementation of project. This is a summary plot and control charts. After implementation, we have checked the 13 gigs within control or not. Based on the IMR chart, we identified that nickel percentage also within control limit, and the actual impact values, achieved impacts also within control limits. Based on this data, we revised the material data sheet and we finalized 0.1% reduction will not affect the impact properties, because actual values are more than 50 joules, because required is 27 only. In this we got more than 40 joules. This is our financial assessment. So what is the other impact means nickel percentage stabilized in this grade. Based on this project, we have a lot of grades like LCC, LCB and low temperature carbon steels and also WC6, WC9 also required that impact less than minus 29, less than 0 degree centigrade. On that we have focused on for further cost reduction. Similarly, we will focus other elements like chrome, moly, vanadium. Each elements are cost. Adding additional elements are cost impact. So we are focusing other elements for cost reduction. This is our acknowledgement by top management and Mr. Raju sir. Thank you.
Happy that you all clapped without tired. They became tired of studying. Thank you so much. I have a good news that his project was seen by Italian counterparts. And he said, I will come online and give the validatory and give them the certificate. The person is in multiple business, taking care of the exports from India in different domains of defense components, software components, textile components. He has his own design studio in Italy. He came on the line, so I would like to congratulate them and then, so I am calling him now. I am sending the WhatsApp link. He will give the validatory address. The judges will give the prize money and we will have a certificate distribution in next 10 minutes after I call him. Please take your seat. You have the link? Okay. Mr. Ronnie Simon, did you get the link? Yes, you can start. I am giving an introduction. I have already given how you have been working hard to make the Indian brand abroad last 30 years. The way you have seen the streaming and then coming forward to give the validatory is something great. Can you start? Did you get the link? Yes, Simon, please.
How many kilometers? It's 9 minutes drive for one song. Hello?
Huh?
Hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes, good evening.
Please start.
Yes, good evening to everybody in the audience. I'm very happy to be speaking to you. Am I audible?
Yes.
So it is with great pleasure, and I just happened to be moving because I was expecting this session to be at 5 o'clock, but I can see that all good conferences around the world, they always go beyond time, and it's a good sign anyway. So I'm happy to intervene because Professor Rajagopal and I have been associated for many, many years in the battle for quality development in India and bringing our standards to gold standards around the world. And I would say the first and foremost thing is that while we have gone through COVID and now we have the battle between two countries, Russia and Ukraine on our heads, but we have to be positive. We have to think positive. We have to build for the future, and the future is brilliant. and very promising for India. And that is the reason why we have to be relentless in our drive to reach the targets that our country has placed in itself, and our Honorable Prime Minister has requested all of us to join and make in India and make India proud. So the three elements that I would like to say and talk about are the following. First, I am based out of Italy, and it's a country of the beautiful. When the president of Italy was talking to some students of the school, he told them that your fortune is that you're living in the country. So think about trying to create the value. And second is small is beautiful. And our own president, Professor Abdul Kalam, who has put so much of fire in the belly of millions of Indians, inspiring us, has talked about our country as having the hope. So we should look at this, and the first thing is small is beautiful, which means that the time that we are spending for excellence, of trying to never accept the compromise, this should be removed in our public market. North of India, there is a saying that they talk about unis beast. You know, it's almost there, but we have to understand that between the Italian and the French who are working in the textile industry, it is their search for excellence, which means perfection. And perfection is a question of practice, number one. Second, if there is very little sharing in our country. I'm really thankful to Professor Rajagopal and all the dignitaries who have made this discussion possible, because the more discussion we have, the more conferences we have which enlighten a larger public of the need to do research and development, to look for those excellences are very important. We have all the capabilities in our country to reach this goal, and this goal can be achieved by the personal intervention of each one of us. The third point that I'd like to talk to you is the vision of research and development. If you think about the percentage of research and development finance that we spend is very, very low, and we are among one of the lowest percentile countries on R&D. We think R&D is expensive, but R&D saves the cost. R&D makes a product even more valuable. So the cost of spending on R&D is recoverable within the same season, because your rejections are reduced and the acceptance of the product will have a higher recall and value. I am now starting some experiments in India on perfection. We are bringing some of the world's most famous companies to India. We are talking of Valentino, we are talking of Armani, we are talking of Versace, we are talking of Ferragamo, we are talking of Roberto Cavalli. We are talking about these companies that are now researching in India, and even in the south of India we are searching to find like-minded companies who would like to join the excellence group, so that together we can share our experiences and take it to the market. There is a short supply, there is a supply chain problem around the world. We have to use this opportunity where China has major issues of supply chain. And the difference between China and India is that we have independent, democratically opinionated, individualistic thinking people. Every child in India is born with an opinion and the right to follow what he or she finds suitable. We have entrepreneurs, we have technicians, we have professionals who are independent. They are not under a doctrine. They are not under a dictatorship. It is liberal. And the last point is, we are victims many times for lack of finance. Brilliant minds, brilliant people. They are always sometimes in a trap of not having enough money. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that we have to think like the Americans. Go to the market with your idea. Develop. When Ford made the car, he lost his wife, his family, his entire social recognition because people thought he was mad. And he was doing crazy experiments. He was going to kill the world. He was going to explode. But he kept on, and finally the Ford T car, the first automobile, was born. Many years later, a journalist went to ask Mr. Ford, who by then had become a millionaire, and all his friends who deserted him were back, praising him and, appreciating so much. And some of them were saying, I knew you were going to be great. I knew. And all these things are happening. So the journalist asked, Sir, Mr. Ford, when you went through so much of hell, how did you manage to continue your R&D? How did you manage to continue your dream? How did you manage to keep on going to do what you were decided to do? And in that moment, Mr. Ford turned a small piece of wood which was in front of his table and turned it around, and there were 4 words on that plate. The 4 words were, this too shall pass. This too shall pass. He says, this is the 4 words which reminded me every time there was a challenge in my life. This too shall pass. I have to go on. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I feel that we have to take the benefit of people like the stalwarts who are there today, the professors who are involved, the people who presented the papers today. The passion with which you have presented the papers is really important. To me, it was not the core content of the papers, but what was happy is that you had the patience to stop the world, participate in this conference, the passion with which you have brought to the table your findings, and the keen intelligence that you're applying to believe today, just a small group of us, to believe that we are making changes. We are making changes to India, our India. And I'm a proud Indian, and I know that all of you are proud Indians. Believe in the flag, believe in the country, believe in our Prime Minister, believe in our social ethos, believe in our origin. We will conquer the world, but we have to perform. If we don't perform, we will perish. We either perform or we perish. And our aim will be to perform and make our lives individually rich, and our country to be a country to be known. Last point I want to say, I have been traveling around the world since 35 years. And I have lived in Europe, and I have been offered the citizenship of many countries. It's natural. I have been offered the citizenship of European countries for a long time. But I hold my Indian passport till today. And believe me, today when an Indian passport comes to an airport in the world, gentlemen, it is respected. So congratulations, let us perform, let us create a new value. And in my name, I can tell with Professor Rajagopal, I am available to anybody if I can be of help in Europe, in Italy, and Delhi, in any way, more than happy to help, and thank you so much for giving me the time. Congratulations.
the clubs that has gone. Thank you for your valedictory address. It was an awakening call in the late evening. And I'm happy I came on the line and did the necessary inspiration, motivation among the young upcoming industrialists and business scholars with the senior faculty here from different industries. Thank you for your address.
Thank you very much. Very good.
I'll go ahead with this. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I have made it my best. Last 4 days, many people have asked me, sir, there is no time. Please don't disturb us. Many faculty, many doctors. I told them simple thing. Even if I have come with the reception committee, technical committee, and the conference committee, and then made it in a proper brochure, everything, we will do everything at the last moment only. The last moment only we will do. Now the last moment, and you will tell me, one day before you tell me, I will come. Because till that day you are not sure whether you will come or not. So anyhow we are going to work last 3 days only. So that was my thinking, that we should work last 3 days and make this happen. And I made it digital, and I am happy that the digital worked. Because many a time WhatsApp and online streaming, I think doesn't work properly. Today it worked from all the countries. Thank you so much, and we will have a certificate distribution followed by prize money. Please, sir, Dr. Devdas and Mr. Satish sir, please come to the dais here before that, and we will give all the speakers the certificates, and you can come on the top and give the certificates. It is digital certificate because I will. Mr. Shivakumar, please come. Next, Dr. Vinod Kumar. Next, Mr. Satyamurthy sir. Next, Mr. Sanjay Kumar. Next, Mr. Satish Kumar. Next,
Can you all come together? We'll have one group photo. Please come. 3 more. Okay, please come. Mr. Robinson, go. Please come to the dais. We have a good photo. With that, we'll have it. You can stand up.
கொஞ்சம் ஓரம் பண்ணுங்க.
Service mic.
கொஞ்சம் ஓரம் பண்ணுங்க. ஓகே சரி சரி ஓகே.
நிறைய இடங்களில் டிஸ்டர்ப் ஆகிட்டு அது ரெக்கார்ட்லேயே வருமா வருமா எப்படி இது குத்துனா தான் வருது உங்கள் கேமராவில் குத்துனா மட்டும் தான் வருது என்ன பிரச்சனை
அதுதான் ஆப்லேருந்து இதுக்கு ஆடியோ கொடுத்தா ஆடியோ கழிச்சு
அப்புறம் என்ன பண்ணீங்க ஒரிஜினல் ஆடியோ
It is a small token of recognition. Like you try to give cash, nothing like cash, hard cash, digital money also. You see, count and then feel. I don't. All papers were very good. They have taken efforts, but there will be some sort of evaluation, like you write ultimately the exam. All of you have done so well. The difference will be 0.5 marks, 2 marks. That's what has happened. The difference was not statistically significant. I will say that in the medical science, anybody is here from CRRI or anyone, they might have gone for the night duty. Anybody? Any doctors are there? Allied science people? Anybody is there? Okay, they have left. So there, Dr. Anjana and Dr. Ramasamy, online, nothing great. And in the industrial side, there are two The first is to elimination of cracks in WCB material grade casting. Sir, please come. You are sir. Yes. And I call our statistical professor, Dr. Kabir. Please. And who is the elimination of cracks in... Please come. Your colleague? Yes. He stands first. But he gets 2 number, 2K. Analysis report as per DMAT principles. Maintain uniform rib thickness in yoke casting. Mr. Kuchish. They took second prize, 1K. So I am delayed by 10 minutes. I am thanking the formal thanks. We are just packing our own back. All have worked with me. Dr. Devadas called me and I have not met anybody. None of them I met last 4 days, sir. Including people from abroad and people, none of them. Everything by digital. Certificate also digital. Food is only real. I am not giving food on the digital. Like in the marriages, nowadays they say, you give the WhatsApp invitation, I give the WhatsApp dinner. Here we are giving digital, but real dinner is arranged. I must first thank Indian Chamber of Commerce, Prema and Dr. Balasubramanian, our president. Why I should thank Prema? Very simple. You need a good driver. She was the secretary, she did very well. Our Pati, Venkatapati, the hall in church. He was working from yesterday 2 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
How to make this, where to put it, where to make it, whether this, if we sit together we can see it or not. And making the audio, video very clearly. Pati, thank you so much. I will honor you with your shawl. Come. I tell you, driver is more important. Huh? Krishna is a driver, black belt, 6 Sigma black belt. So he was the driver. Come. And he has come all the way. Prakash, please come. But for him, this digital wouldn't have happened. He came from Chennai, he is returning back. He is a visualizing specialist in software company. He was my student. Mr. Murali sir.
paperwork is not done. It is incomplete. All the documentation is very important. Whatever you do, ultimately you need a wedding card, you need a certificate. Otherwise, whatever you do is not taken. For that, he is the person, Mr. Murali. I don't know whether I have left anybody who have worked with me last 6 months. Technically, last 3 days, physically, in communicating and making things happen. I am happy and I should thank every one of you. Sir, நான் டிஜிட்டல்லே பார்த்துக்கிறேன், எனக்கு பல வேலைக்கு நடுவில் இங்கே வந்து உட்காந்துக்கணுமா? செகண்ட் திங்கிங் இல்லாமல் you have made a good start of taking decisions with data. That is, we made a tweaking the lamp to shine. Thank you so much for all of you for having come all the way. If you have if you have done any mistakes, going here and there, going, coming, I was myself feeling bad that I need to walk around this hall 2-3 times to make things happen. I should thank all my food suppliers, our Madhavpatti, our digital support, Mr. He is not here. Raja is there? No. They all came, worked and they left. You all heard, I used to say, Opa Taraibodi, Ulla Peridal, Adave Pulavar Thodil. Putting brains together, Thirukural. Putting brains together, heartily remembering our good moments of last 4 hours. That is the Pulavar Thodil, scholars' work. All of you will become a beautiful scholars and become excellent professionals carrying our values to international market. Thank you so much and I wish you all to join for the dinner. Thank you.
Photo.